It'd be nice if we had this recorded doing this. As
Good idea.
acting chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-24, this is public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a full committee work session of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held. I doubt that. Please note that there's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneous to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice of this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone that has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hes@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce staff at the meeting assisting us this morning. Jennifer Ford, committee researcher. Please note that all votes are taken in this meeting should be done by roll call, but I don't think we're doing any votes. Let's start a meeting by taking the roll call attendance. When each member states a place, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Okay. This is done sort of alphabetically.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
am I performing clerk duties today?
no, we don't really need one. It's a work
Okay.
session. So Representative Allard,
Here in the Legislative Office Building.
Representative Andrews,
Here, home alone in Salisbury.
I'm here. Representative Cordelli is here. He'll be.
No, he's not there.
Representative Cornell,
Here.
Representative Ellison,
Present here, my home alone in Concord.
Representative Ford,
Home alone in Chester, present.
Representative Hobson here.
Here in the committee room.
Ladd is here. He'll be back in a minute. Representative Leon, she's here. She's running an errand right now. Representative Lakis. I saw you. You're muted. You're still muted. Okay, she's here. Try to figure out how to unmute yourself. Okay. Representative Lay.
I'm substituting for Representative Lay this morning, Representative Bohm.
Who?
Marjorie Porter.
Oh, okay,
I'm home alone in Hillsborough.
okay. Representative Luno.
Here.
Oh, Representative Lakis, I see you being connected. Okay, you're still muted. Anyway, no problem. Representative Moffett,
Here in the House Committee Room.
Representative Mullen,
Here in beautiful Bedford.
Representative Myler,
Here in Kentucky, my home office. Alone.
Representative Shaw. She's still probably recuperating. Wish her well. Representative Sodi,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Tanner, Representative Tanner, I don't see
She's
her.
not here today. Ralph.
Representative Woodcock.
Here in Center Conway with my dog and my wife after she plays 9.
Okay, thank you. So,
Ralph, I'm
yes.
here. My phone bombed, my whole computer bombed just as you were calling.
okay, I got,
I'm
now,
back, I'm home. Tony may be now, and I'm still sick.
now unfortunately, we can hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, this is a work session. Hopefully, Rick and Glenn will be back here shortly. So the idea is to figure out what we want to do or get some consensus on bills for our exec session next week. So we'll start with Senate Bill 44, establishing New Hampshire Workforce Pathway Program. So first, I guess, open it up for anybody has any comments on this. Nobody? Well, I guess I'll give mine. Well, I mean, we have right now, I don't think this is needed right now because our unemployment is way down. It'd be nice though if this added so people can get a CDL license because that seems to be what's needed throughout the state and country. But anyway, I think with the unemployment being 3% now and jobs all over and we're doing away with people looking for jobs. I personally don't think it's needed, but anyway. And you got any other comments?
Well, I think, Ralph, this bill does provide an opportunity to re-engage some of those, notwithstanding the help wanted that we do see. I think this provides an opportunity for individuals who are currently unemployed or underemployed to seek alternative sources for their work career. And I don't think there should be anything that we should do here that would prohibit the opportunity for people to advance themselves. And it seems to me that this program and working with the Department of Labor and the Security recognize that there should be options for people to advance themselves. And I would not want to, frankly, stand in the way of individuals learning different things and advancing their work career.
But Porter has her hand
Representative
raised.
Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. I think I have to agree with Representative Myler. And if we remember prior to the pandemic, if I remember correctly, we had critical workforce shortage in critical areas. Businesses were crying out for people who were specifically trained for certain jobs. And I can't imagine that has gone away. And when things come back, those needs will still be there. And a program like this would offer a pathway for someone to get the certification or the education that they need to join those professions. So I looked at it as a helpful tool for people who were underemployed or trying to make their lives better by leaving a low-skill job and going to a higher skill job.
Representative Cornell?
I just want to agree with Mel and Marjorie. One of the things that said was underemployed New Hampshire adults to gain more skills. And some of the testimony was from the auto dealers who were speaking on behalf of 500 businesses who asked that they needed more skilled workers. And I'm also on the CTI Advisory Council, where all the business people that are on that council are saying they're having a hard time finding people with the skills to go into their places of work, and they are willing to help train them, but they need help, and they want them to go into like the community college, and they'll work along with them. But it's not the unemployment signs that are out on the streets, I don't think is targeted toward this bill. That's all.
Representative Ford?
Yes, the career and technical education people are very supportive of this. It links in with their efforts to get people trained in very specialized fields that require some of the certifications that were talked about in various committees that we've discussed these issues in. And I would be very supportive of this. I think it ties in very much with their efforts to train the workforce and the whole workforce program idea. And so I'm very much in support of this bill.
Representative Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Does not the community college system have the authority to create this program now for themselves? Why do they need legislation to create an internal program?
They want the federal money. Representative Lakis. You're still muted.
I'm just wondering what this does that's not already being done by all of these things. Is the difference just that it's somehow it's being paid for?
Yeah, I mean, point is, the auto dealers are already funding the community college for that kind of stuff. I think a lot of it comes down to reading it's the tap into the federal money that's being offered, like for the community college. But I don't know. Anyway, let's see, Representative Mullen.
And Rep. Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Representative Boehm. There are two things that caught my attention. One is that there is no cost to the individual for the training that is being offered through this program. So I think you're right. I think harnessing some of the monies that are available to us and using it to benefit underemployed or unemployed people is one thing. And then the second thing is at the end of the bill, it talks about businesses and training facilities working to come up with incentive programs to attract workers. So I think that that's probably a pretty important part of this as well, because as we all know, we can have the jobs, but if we don't attract the people to fill the positions, then they sit empty.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Representative Mullen. That was one of the points I wanted to indicate, that is the recruitment effort we currently haven't had is the key piece. The other one is that some folks have alluded to, that there isn't a financial note because it's part of the federal workforce opportunity resources money. But I do like the collaboration and putting together employment security as well as economic development and our community college system, which hasn't been there before as a triad. So I think those two pieces in itself just provide more opportunity. And the more we can advertise and train those that want to move up, as Representative Cornell said, I concur with them 100%. Thank you.
I got a question for anybody out there. Shouldn't at least this bill have a sunset provision saying once the federal money goes away, this goes away?
I would be in support of that at the end of the federal funding, having a sunset clause. Otherwise, it has to come out of the budget. So I think Louise had her hand raised at one point. I don't put back down.
Okay, so I think we'll end the discussion on 44, and when we have exec session, we can go over this again. So our next one is one of I call the,
Ralph,
what?
Representative Bohm, I don't know if Louise wanted to speak or not. Can you just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down? Did you have something?
well, we're not taking, this isn't a hearing, so we're not open to the public for giving comments.
Louise Andrews.
Oh, Louise?
Representative Andrews.
I'm sorry, I didn't see a hand. Okay, Representative Andrews.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question was, and I think Deborah Hobson answered it, is what are we going to do when this federal money comes to an end? I mean, I don't believe we can go back to New Hampshire taxpayers and have them pick up the bill. And so there really needs to be a lot of thought put into, what are we going to do? Because the government has a tendency of giving us money, and then when they want to, they yank it back. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I think we need there's at least needs an amendment for a sunset provision.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I see that we do have Shannon Reed, who is a representative from the community college system in our attendee list. I'm wondering if she might be able to give us some clarity around some of the questions that we've had around the availability of current options for community college, et cetera. I mean, could we invite her in if she has some comments on this particular bill?
If she wants to,
okay?
yes.
Okay. Welcome to education, Shannon. Ms. Reed.
Hi.
Shannon, go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I guess what I would say just a few quick things. First, we wouldn't be seeking an appropriation, even in the absence of federal funds, for this effort. We think that there's enough sources of funds kind of already available to us to do what we need to do. And in fact, there's really not an extra cost to doing the types of efforts that are included within House Bill 40, Senate Bill 44. The things that we like about it, just quickly, it creates a more formal mechanism. It brings some shape and structure to efforts which exist in the state, but are probably more siloed than they ought to be for optimal impact on New Hampshire residents and job seekers and businesses. I think that our low unemployment figures in New Hampshire probably mask a low labor force participation. And I think that there are people out there who could really use some focused short-term training to find good good jobs, better jobs than those that they have or might have recently lost. This program would help us to work with partners and identify pathways for folks to gain skills and re-enter, potentially higher skill, higher paying jobs. And it does, in fact, position the state, I think, more strongly for competitive federal grants, where the grantor can see that we have a coordinated effort to bring to bear on this issue of workforce.
A question for Shannon. In the community college system now currently, what percentage, a number of people looking, in the past, coming up, trying to get a certificate or a badge or whatever for upping their education, not now exists?
I think it's hard for me to answer that question with precision because people come to our colleges with multiple, and sometimes, one person will have multiple goals. But, I'd say well over half are really focused on that career credential in the first instance. And then they might have a goal kind of beyond that to continue their education. But, probably half to 3/4 easily come to us for that next step professionally.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Deborah.
Ms. Reed, if I could ask you a question, thank you for allowing me the opportunity. That there's already a program, or it seems to be a program, that is the auto dealers reaching into the CTE schools. And I was just wondering, is that not working, or do you need an alternative demographic? Not really sure that this would be doing anything different than is already being done. It seems like we're working really hard to find those workers wherever we can already. So how is this different?
Sure, thank you for that question. I think if every industry sector functioned as the auto dealers did, New Hampshire would be even stronger economically. That is an association of businesses that band together to strengthen their workforce pipeline, and they do that in a number of ways. I think that industry, frankly, can serve as a model to others. The Auto Dealers Association worked together to help infuse our curriculum at the college level and the CTE level, to raise funds for scholarships, to have events that promote the industry sector as a whole and promote the job pathways. They work with us to create co-op experience for students, kind of soup to nuts. They work with the education sector to make sure that there's a pipeline. And, in fact, I think that is a model. I know that the auto dealers supported this, or do support this bill, because I think they just see the potential for expanding the type of work that results in a strong and ongoing pipeline for high demand industry sectors.
Go ahead.
Could I ask a follow-up? So it seems to me that maybe you think this type of a pathway program could be replicated in other industries. Is that kind of the goal?
I think that could certainly be within the community college system. In the last few years, we've developed apprenticeship programs in healthcare, in manufacturing, IT. We're working on hospitality and construction trades. I think there's a lot of potential. And in New Hampshire, we're very fortunate. We have a lot of people and entities that have identified the right set of challenges and problems and even solutions. But bringing those efforts together around a table, I think, could really result in benefits to the state.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Then with that, I'll end on 44 and move on to 147, which is one of the Senate's omnibus bill, or I call ominous bill. So this is the bill to adopting omnibus legislation relative to student aid, the central registry, transportation of students, and special education costs. Part 1, relative for filing an application for federal student aid or the FAFSA application. Anybody got any comments on part 1? Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the motive behind having every student fill out a FAFSA. However, it is rather intrusive for the families that won't qualify for federal aid to be required to fill out a form when they know that there is no chance of this aid, and that would be taking away resources from all of these departments to review these applications that will be denied.
Thank you. Anybody else? I sort of agree with that. And right now, I mean, when my granddaughter was going, there are organizations that go around to the high schools in the junior year at the state, well, I can't think of the name of it, but they inform students on what to do and how to do it. And also most high school counselors also already doing this. So personally, I don't think it's needed. It's like you said, if everybody, everybody doesn't need to do it or will do it anyway. And even when I do my taxes, the big question comes up, do you want to do a FAFSA? So people are getting that, all that questions anyway. Okay, so any other comments on Representative Luna?
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think what you might be missing on this, though, is that there is a waiver that can be filed, so that if the condition exists like what you just laid out, what you and Representative Leon laid out, that there's no chance that they're going to receive financial aid or something like that, then they can file the waiver with the local school principal. It doesn't go through the New Hampshire Department of Education, and I think we do have a representative, Mr. Appleby, who can testify again that it's not the waiver is not being collected by the Department of Ed. And so it's a very, very simple process, but for people that for students that are not considering going on to higher education, whether that's a credential, high value certificate like what we just talked about in Senate Bill 44, because they think that they can't afford going ahead and doing that. This opens a lot of doors. It opens doors for our workforce. It opens doors for our constituents, and it really doesn't have any it doesn't set up any hurdles for anybody to graduate high school. And states like Louisiana, who have rolled this, where they've rolled this out, it's been very successful. So I hope the committee would support this initiative very strongly.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I appreciate that motive, this would require families with a higher income to file a waiver and basically say, we make too much money. That can bring other discrimination in the school, and that brings personal financial information into the hands of the principal. And that's not appropriate. We may have another way to increase FAFSA participation, but requiring everybody either to make sure that they've provided their personal financial information or say we're too rich for this is an invasion of privacy. We have three hands up.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to sound obstreperous, but what if I just don't want to fill out a FAFSA? Why should I have to seek a high school principal's permission not to? That's an egregious invasion of my my choice to fill it out or not fill it out, it seems to me.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would certainly support what Representative Luno has said. And in addition, it appears to me on the waiver, there's nothing that requires a family to state their income.
Right, they're just making it up.
In the bill. I guess my main point would be that we have lots and lots of students who graduate who, for a variety of reasons, don't think they can go on to higher education. They don't know that aid exists. They don't know how to get it. And I see this as a bill which we're helping get more students into that pipeline, whether it's community college or university, because they will be aware that there's financial aid available, and otherwise they don't know that. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the waiver clause, Mr. Chair, I didn't see anything that said it had to go with the principal. It just says it goes to the school district. That could be a guidance council, could be just be a file that they check off. And if I recall from the testimony, they said one of the beauties of this program is that they have taken the 100 questions that are typically involved in the Big FAFSA and got it down to 18 simplified ones. So it's not a big process. Just seems to me it opens the door for anyone that wants to go. And it forces the school system and all guidance counselors to help all youngsters fill out this form that may have had difficulty with it before. So I think it's a pretty good thing, actually. And I don't see it as invasion of privacy. There may be someone from the school department on the list could identify that for us, answer the question. But I don't see anything on the waiver, at least in the law, that talks about what the requirement is for disclosing financial. Maybe a waiver just says, I don't want to participate for whatever reason. It could be a youngster not going to, you're going to the military, for instance, okay? So if someone from the DOE was there who could answer that question, that'd be terrific about it regarding if in fact the waiver has financial responsibilities on it.
Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay,
Hobson or Moffett?
Go ahead.
I said, but go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposed law says shall, okay? So if this becomes law, then people shall file an application or shall file a waiver. So my question is, if somebody breaks the law and does not file either one of these, what is the sanction? I don't know if somebody can answer that, but. I don't know.
Representative Hobson.
Okay, I had a question for Rep. Luno. Is it okay if I ask another?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a work session, so we
Okay.
can be somewhat.
Thank you.
liberal.
I just wanted to ask, Rep. Luno, you said that another state was working this program and had implemented it and it was successful. I can't remember the state that you mentioned, but I was wondering if you could tell me what is the goal of a successful program like this? What are they trying to achieve? Does that make sense, that question?
No. I think that's a good question, and I think what they've seen in Louisiana is that more students have completed the FAFSA and are able to pursue opportunities in higher education, whether that's at an associate's level or bachelor or four-year level, or even with a with high-value certificates. So I think that's how they've had success.
Thank you very much.
Representative Milo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that we have Steve Appleby in the attendees list. He might be able to, if we admit him, he might be able to answer some of these questions. But the point I wanted to make is that it would seem to me that the policy of this committee should be to encourage the advancement of an individual's education. And one of the things that we did find when we did the SAT test, when we implemented that several years ago, as a result of students who would not ordinarily have taken the SAT test, they took the SAT test and found that they were competitive with other students, and in fact encouraged them by taking the test, seeing how well they did, to pursue further higher education. I view this part one of this omnibus bill in a similar kind of a light, that once somebody would file these forms, they may in fact find that they can get funding to advance their education. And that's why I think I would support this. But I would encourage you, Mr. Chair, to admit Steve Appleby to see if in fact he might be able to answer some of the questions that we've been dealing with here. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please excuse my ignorance on asking this question. I'm not as familiar with the education issues as you folks are, but aren't there other things that we require students to do before they graduate?
Civics test.
I mean, isn't there something, don't they have to take certain tests and don't they have to go through certain things before they can graduate? And would this not just be another one of those things? File a FAFSA or give us a waiver that you're not going to file a FAFSA?
I think this is, to me, it's intrusive. Representative Lakis. He's still muted, Alicia. Representative Lakis. You're still muted. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Sorry. Brain's not working today. Can you tell me what all kinds of monies the FAFSA makes available to students?
Basically, they say whether or not you can get financial aid.
Yeah, but does that include, is that loans or grants?
Both.
Both.
I remember doing it for my granddaughter. Okay, let's call on Mr. Appleby.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Appleby, I'm going to promote you. Welcome to education. Hi there.
Okay, you're there.
Good morning.
Ms. Appleby, have you been listening to this conversation?
I will apologize. The State Board of Education meeting is also going on right now, so I've been listening to both. So
done that before.
Happy to help with any questions as best I can.
Okay, basically, I think the thing revolves around why should people not planning on wanting to do the FAFSA, are not planning on going to college, maybe going into the military, have to file a waiver. And I think that's the big contention we have. Do you have any insight on that?
Well, in my reading of the bill, right, it appears that the state board would engage in rulemaking to develop a form for the districts and then distribute that form to the districts. And then from that point forward, it appears to be the district's responsibility to enforce the statute and collect forms from parents.
And the thing says shall file and get a waiver out of the bill. So what would happen if the student refuses or the parents refuse? Any idea on that?
Well, I'm not an attorney, and but in my reading of the proposed language, I'm not sure what would happen.
Representative Leah.
Thank you, Mr. Appleby and Mr. Chair. I have a question about how much of a burden this is going to place on the districts. I know that later today we're discussing SB 135 because families aren't returning the free and reduced meal forms. And that's been a significant effort and a significant cost in my SAU. Is this something where the school districts are going to have to dedicate people and resources in order to follow up on these, encourage these students, and make this a new part of their record keeping and a significant new effort?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't want to speak on behalf of the districts. My recommendation might be to check with the School Board Association or the NHSAA potentially and for an opinion of the districts.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock, you have a question for Mr.
I do. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Appleby, thank you very much for taking my question. It goes back to the waiver, and as I was listening to you speak, it seemed to me that the waiver has not been created, or the document, so this may be a moot question. One of the concerns were raised by Representative Leon was the disclosure of potential financial wealth or not thereof for youngsters filling out this form, the waiver form. Is it possible on the development of the waiver form that there was no requirement to indicate financial need? Just say, I hereby waive, so this is not part of the issue?
So again, I don't want to speak for the state board when they create rules to support this form, but I don't see anything in the legislation that requires the form to contain financial information either way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Appleby. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions for Mr. Appleby? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Appleby, for.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Representative Lakis. There you go.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what we do about the students whose parents generally don't comply with any things. My a girl that we kind of unofficially fostered for years, we had all kinds of opportunities fully paid for her. Her mom just had to fill out a form and it never happened. And I'm wondering, what do we do about those kids? Because her mom wouldn't fill out a waiver either. Does she not graduate because her mom's, you know, she already had enough rough things in her life, having a no father and a mostly, I don't know what word to use to describe her mom, but mostly non-mom. I don't know. I just worry about, she was not unique. I know there are other kids in the same kind of boat. And I just wonder, what do we do about those kids if we mandate this? She wasn't an adult until after she graduated, so.
Right. Yeah, that was my thing. I mean, shall, so what's the penalty? I mean, yeah, there's nothing there. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really question this part of the bill because many of our schools, and I know our school district, we spend thousands and thousands of dollars in high school every year for guidance counselors. Now, to my knowledge, guidance counselors, a student is assigned to each one of them, and they are to help the students. So my question is, are we just adding another layer of bureaucracy that isn't needed? Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Representative Lekis's concern about that child that doesn't have the adult support, I think Roman numeral 2 takes care of that, Representative Lekis, because it makes a statement that says a school district shall award a high school diploma to a student who is unable to meet the requirements of paragraph 1 due to extenuating circumstances. So I would think, as determined by the school. So I would think that if a student, you know, doesn't have the parental support or whatever, then they would be able to appeal to said guidance counselor or whatever, and it would be considered to be an extenuating circumstance. I agree with you. I was concerned about the impact of shall until I recognized that there was an escape hatch there. And with regards to Representative Andrus's comment on school counselors, handily, I happen to be a school counselor, so I will comment a little bit on that. The FAFSA is considered to be within the domain currently of the parent. So other than just directing a student to where they could access the form, the school counselor wouldn't have much to do with the follow-up on that because the school is not, you know, technically involved in the FAFSA at this point. However, I don't think it would be burdensome for a counselor to have it on the checklist of things that have to be done and to be able to review with a student whether or not it has happened.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representatives Ellison and Myler both brought up some fantastic points. Representative Ellison spoke to how much more simplified this form is. And with 18 questions instead of 100, that's already going to reduce the burden. And as Representative Myler said, we already have more students who are encouraged because as they're taking the SAT as part of their statewide assessment, they see how competitive they will be at the college level, or perhaps see that they might look to get some secondary education in the trades. With that, we're already priming them to think about that higher education. And we've already reduced the burden. Well, we haven't. The feds have already reduced the burden by going to a much more simplified form. Instead of adding this burden to these districts, why don't we see how this new simplified system works before we try and add more layers and more mandates that the towns will have to pay for?
Okay, thank you. And Sandy Moore, and I think we should move on to part two. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Representative Ball.
Representative Cornell.
Cornell.
Representative Cornell.
I just wanted to say, under B, it says the waiver could be signed by the parent or guardian, or if applicable, the student. So if a student is 18, they could sign that themselves, couldn't they, saying that they don't want to do it?
Yes.
Okay. So if it was getting close to graduation and their parents hadn't signed it, and I think most kids graduating from high school are 18, they can just sign the waiver.
Yeah, nowadays, but I know my granddaughter was only 17. I was 17.
99% of students today are 18 years old when they graduate from high school. So that's all.
Okay. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I guess my thought on part one here is more fundamental in that I don't agree with having this as a requirement for graduation, that they either have to fill out the application or file a waiver. I object to that component.
Representative Hobson.
Yeah, I don't, I just wanted to share something that I noticed as a school board member. When kids are graduating in their high school, they used to put up all these little tags about where they're gonna go to college. And it never occurred to me until I actually saw it as the parent of a senior, that there are some kids who opt not to go to college and might want to work in their family business. And it really made me think about how it made them feel as students, maybe that, who's celebrating them. And I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Representative Leon, and to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually was 17 when I graduated college. And if you look at the ages, sorry, do you want to mute? If you look at the ages, with the compulsory education, if you are 6 by September 30th, then you go into first grade. That means that kids born in May, June, July, August, and September won't be 18 if you have this form in by May to make sure that you're on track for graduation. While that allows about 60% of the students to sign their own waiver, that leaves 40% of the students out in the cold.
Okay, with that, I think we've spent a lot of time on that. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our Representative Vlad to take over part two.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I was across with Representative Cordelli talking with the speaker. So evidently you've gone through the first part of 147. I have some issues with that as well. On the first part, I believe that I'm in the same ballpark as Representative Cordelli is, that I do not believe that we should have this requirement for graduation, even though you may be able to get a waiver, but that still requires you to get a waiver. However, I do believe the FAFSA is very, very important. and that we need to have kids filling this thing out. I think it's a responsibility of the guidance counselors to ensure that there's in-person communication with parents and students, and to provide assistance in completing the FAFSA. I don't think we need to be tracking how many FAFSAs are filed. That is done by the National Clearinghouse. However, I do think that we need to have something in place where we do say the number and percentage of graduating high school students and parents are provided in-person school assistance in completing the free application for federal application or student aid. I think that there is a place for that, but I do not believe that this bill in Part 1 does it the way that I can support. Thank you. So that's my 2 cents to it. So let's move on to Part 2. Part 2 is relative to the Central Registry and the Department of Education to maintain records of founded reports of abuse and neglect. Are there any comments on this section? Representative Myler. Good morning.
Good morning, Representative Ladd. The one question I guess I have on this one is I did get a contact of a concern, and this dealt with bus drivers who are not the regular yellow bus drivers. These would be bus drivers who I would consider more coach drivers, ones that would take kids, students on a longer trip, for example, down to Washington, D.C., with which, you usually on those trips, you've got the teachers, you've got chaperones from parents, etc. And the issue for me on this, it's a question. Should those drivers of those kinds of what I would call coaches fall under the same guidance as this particular registry is looking for? The individual that contacted me said many of these companies do this more as it's not an ongoing kind of a thing. It's not a daily thing. It's not even a monthly thing, but it's a special event kind of a thing. And the concern is that if they have to go under the same kind of scrutiny as this particular law proposal mentions, they may stop doing that. And so I'm not sure anybody else has had that kind of a contact or that kind of a concern, but it was raised to me, and I think it is a legitimate concern, particularly when you think that these kinds of rides that would be in these specialized coaches do have other parents there, do have other adults there that are supervising the students in this particular journey that they're taking on this bus. So that was the one question, I think, Rick, that came to my mind, and I hadn't frankly even thought of it until it was brought to my attention.
Well, thank you, Mel. We did have some discussion, or at least it was alluded to when this bill was presented. And I tend to agree that we have on trips that are going, using your example, to Washington, D.C. on their annual trip, they may do in the junior high school level. There's always a supervising credentialed teacher on board the bus, or a representative of the school on the bus that is an employee. And so, and these are coaches, I'm talking, the coach bus, the old Trailways or the Greyhound or the Concord bus that goes down, or the bus service that goes from Dartmouth down to Boston. Right. I tend to agree. Do the bus drivers then have to have, the same records check and all as do the supervisors that are teachers on board the bus? I think you raise a question which is legit. Yes, Representative Woodside.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodcock.
Thank you. Representative Woodside here. Thank you. Representative Legg, just a question on, as I read part 2, distinct from part 3, I see Representative Myler is concerned for intermittent coach drivers. But as I read part 2, lines 24 and 25, school bus drivers and transportation monitors, I'm probably wrong, but I interpret school bus drivers mean those that drive the yellow bus, and therefore the ones that Representative Myler and yourself, Representative Ladd, are talking about, I think may be more applicable into section 3 when we're talking about the piece. Just a clarification. I'm probably wrong. I just
That's a
wanna bring
good
it
point.
forward.
It's a good point, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah. part 3.
Okay, are there further hands up to discuss this? Representative Porter, you're here.
I am here, Mr. Chair. Thank you for welcoming me. I guess, although I've read the bill through, I'm a bit confused. Part 2 is dealing with reports of abuse and neglect. Is that referring only to employees of a school district, or are we talking about parental abuse and neglect in this section? I mean, would a school be would the Department of Education be having records of verified abuse and neglect by parents?
I think this one is primarily focused on school employees.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
It only deals with licensed employees, licensure.
Yes, but part 2 just seemed to be. I was confused by the language of the bill. Thank you for clarifying for me.
Are there further questions or comments on part 2?
Now, my sense is that the intent, excuse me, Rick, but I think the intent here is, I mean, we've had situations where an individual who may have been dismissed from a school district because of inappropriate behavior and then gets hired in another school district. It seems to me that this registry is an attempt to try to catalog those who have abused children, students, etc., so that there is some kind of a registry there that a school district can check to see if an individual has in fact had a similar kind of experience in another school district that was dismissed. The one thing we don't want to have happen is to have abusers just get shuttled to another school district and perhaps have the same kind of experience. So I think this registry is an attempt to try to provide some kind of a centralization of those who have had a history of this kind of behavior so that they will not be able to be employed in other school districts. That's my understanding of the intent of this language.
And that would be my intent or understanding too of what the intent would be. I can recall when I wasn't a school administrator out in Alaska, there was an individual that had abused students that moved from one community into Anchorage and was hired in Anchorage and then did the same abuse in Anchorage. That should have been stopped earlier, either with loss of credentials, loss of certification, but it wasn't. I believe this part 2 of 147 does set up a registry, which I believe that type of incident could be caught, and hopefully we'd stop, a perpetual abuser from moving from one turf to another turf. So I don't really have an issue with part 2. I didn't do any corrections within it. I thought it read pretty well. I thought it was something we needed. The issue of the bus driver, I think that that's correct. It says bus drivers. And transportation monitors, transportation monitors a little bit more slippery for me, but I think part 3 may help us out with this. Good morning. Get my computer working.
Mr. Chair, it's Representative Mullen. If I might make a
Hi.
comment and ask a question.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Mullen.
Okay, so my comment is that stripping this down to the simplest language embedded in the verbiage, what I see is that what this bill would do is create a registry that would prevent somebody who was founded of child abuse from being credentialed as a teacher in New Hampshire. I mean, period. That's how I read the bill, which, you know, it begs the question, who would want somebody who was founded of child abuse to be a credentialed teacher in New Hampshire anyhow? But my question to you is this: if Diana Fenton is available to answer questions on this bill, would it be possible for us to bring her forward into the conversation?
Do we have her as,
She's in here. I can promote her. Yeah.
can you get me as a person that can look at that? I can't look at that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just promoted Diana Fenton. Welcome to education. And, I'll check. Okay, Ms. Fenton is in the meeting. Did someone have a question for her?
Representative Mullen, did you have a question of?
I did. I wanted to know from Attorney Fenton whether or not I was being overly simplistic and missing anything by just saying that I think that the intent and the language of the bill establishes a registry that would keep track of people that were actually found guilty of abuse and prevent them from being credentialed as teachers or anything else that requires a license.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you for having me. Representative Mullen, in my experience working with you, you are never overly simplistic and you never miss anything. So what Part 2 of Senate Bill 147 does is, in its simplest form, it will grant the Department of Education, before the department issues a credential to a first-time teaching applicant, it will grant the department access to the already established DCYF Central Registry. To address Rep. Mullen's point, if someone has already been founded for abuse and neglect allegations, we would not want to offer an avenue of access to children through the Department of Education. Something that employment, school districts, they do not have access to this, but the department would have access to it when we credential people to teach. To address Representative Myler's concern of having individuals go from one district to another, if they've been inappropriate with a child at one district, we don't want them going to another district. That is a function the department already does through its credentialing system. And through the Code of Conduct, which this body passed back in 2017 through House Bill 210. Under the Code of Conduct, every district has to report a violation of the Code of Conduct to credentialing at the Department of Ed. And that is how the department can take action on the license, which does exactly what Representative Myler stated, which is preventing an educator from going from district to district. Senate Bill 147 is really just strengthening the department's credential. When we issue a credential to an individual, it really says to the field, this person has been cleared through the DCYF Central Registry. They don't have a finding of abuse and neglect. And through a different legislative bill, we're going to also do a criminal history record check. And so that tells the field, this person, this individual is employable and based on these checks, safe around children.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to take any other additional questions. Thank you for your interest in this bill.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I keep looking at the section and I read it again and again, and most of the section is simply listing jobs or occupations or fields of people that need to be subject to background checks to include social workers and media specialists, and as we said, bus drivers. Why are coaches or assistant coaches not in this mix if everybody else is? I don't know if anybody can answer that, but.
I'm happy to answer that question, Representative Moffett, and thank you for the question and the opportunity. Coaches are not always certified educators. So if you think about it as a Venn diagram, a certified educator can be a coach, but a coach doesn't have to be a certified educator. I am not a certified educator, but I can go and work with my local school district to be a coach for my son's, soccer team or what have you. Coaches are regulated via employment. They are not certified by the department.
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
But that begs the question then. I've got the code of ethics right in front of me here, and I can remember when we put this together, but it's for certified folks. Many of our coaches are non-certified, but they're also there during school hours at times, and certainly from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock or on weekends with kids. So when we're hiring an individual that's not certified, how does the school then ensure that that individual's not had a prior history of abuse?
So RSA 189:13-A does the criminal history record check for employment. So if I work as a coach at a school district, I would be subject to that statute and I would have my fingerprints checked and my criminal history record checked. This is where we get into the difference between employment and licensure. And that's what Senate Bill 147 does. 147 gives the Department of Education access to the central registry to check that clearinghouse. Your question, Representative Ladd, is can we grant that access potentially to employment, to districts to check? I think the answer is yes, we could do that. Currently, they don't have that access, but we can't do that in this, we can work on doing that in the future, and I would look forward to working with you on that. I think this Senate Bill 147 is an important step forward because right now, districts and the Department of Education, we do not have access to the DCYF Central Registry, and we are recognizing the importance of having access to that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fenton. And Representative Moffett, that's something you might want to note, that you brought up the question of co-curricular activity and non-certified coaches. We may want to look into that a little bit deeper in terms of future legislation.
And I'd be happy to work with anyone on those ideas. We're always looking at new ways to strengthen child safety. So I'm happy to serve as a resource on that.
Thank you, Diane. Representative Woodcock, your hands up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative Ladd. Attorney Fenton, just a question, clarification. This DCYF Central Registry that we taking the information from, now does that include out-of-state candidates? Or is this strictly for New Hampshire candidates for licensure or those pieces?
So it would only be if you're applying to the New Hampshire Department of Ed to get a New Hampshire teaching credential. We would then run your name through the New Hampshire DCYF registry. So it doesn't matter if you're from Massachusetts, Vermont, or New Hampshire. If you're applying for a New Hampshire license, we would work with New Hampshire DCYF. However, I think I know where you're going with your question, Representative Woodcock. So I will take an opportunity to do a little bit of a plug for work we're doing at DOE. We are currently in the process of creating an MOU with the state of Massachusetts to grant us access to the Massachusetts. It's DCF, it's not DCYF, but it's the same fundamental thing. Grant us access to their records to run a name through their database as well. And we are hoping in the future to expand that to all our New England sister states. We're not quite there yet, but we are working with Massachusetts on that.
Thank you, Attorney Fenton. Thank you, Representative Ladd, for letting me ask the question.
You're welcome. For Ms. Fenton, I can recall when I was an administrator in Alaska, we hired teachers from all over this country, Idaho, from Maine, a lot from Maine, some from New Hampshire, mostly along the northern tier. And there was a check. Is there such a thing as a national register where if you're applying for certification, i.e. like in New Hampshire, and you come from Idaho, is there any way you have the ability to check for the background and see what has gone on in their previous life?
There is the federal background check, the FBI check. That is what is accounted for in 189.13a. That's the employment piece. And as I mentioned previously, the Department of Education will have the ability and the authority to do a criminal background check, federal and state, when someone applies to be a first-time teaching applicant. I think the other part of your question, Representative Ladd, is there kind of a National Department of Education database? And there is. It's called NASDAQ. It sounds like the stock market version, but it's not quite. It is a private organization, and pay membership to track educators and enter educators into this database. New Hampshire and the New Hampshire Department of Education is a member of that organization. So we do receive information from other states, and we enter educators who have had their license revoked or suspended for violations of the Code of Conduct. We enter them into that system as well to prevent them from going to other states.
So as a follow-up, does your department, your certification folks over there check with the NASDAQ, not the stocks, but with that organization?
Just as you were asking that question, I want to just double check with credentialing before I answer that. I believe that we do, but I know that that is an initiative we're undertaking. So let me put a pin in that for a moment, and I will check and get back to you on that. I do know we remember, and I know we have access to it.
Further questions of Ms. Fenton? Thank you very much, Diane.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Are there other questions or discussion points with reference part 2 here of 147? Not seen.
We do have a hand raised by Mr. Appleby in the attendees list. I believe.
Okay, yeah, if Mr. Appleby is there, let's.
Mr. Appleby, could you raise your hand again? Yeah, thank you.
That's from the Department of Education for those that don't know
Okay,
Mr.
welcome
Appleby.
to Education, once again, Mr. Appleby.
You're there.
Did you have a question?
Good morning, and thank you for promoting me. I just wanted to answer the last question posed to Attorney Fenton regarding the NASDAQ list. That list is, we connect to their database electronically from our licensure database, and each night, overnight, a job is run that compares any new applicants in our queue to the national list, and those are flagged for the Bureau of Credentialing for the next morning, and that happens daily. So if in fact an educator action is taken against their license in another state, we are notified of that, within a day. And if that individual were to apply here, then we would refer the matter to our investigator before credentialing that individual.
Are there questions for Mr. Appleby? I have one. Might as well get them all out. If you have an individual that's coming in from South Carolina and went through and had the check when they initially got their certification in South Carolina, however, there have been any issues that person had been involved with subsequently to receiving South Carolina certification, and the individual then decides, well, I'm coming up to New Hampshire to be a teacher here. When you're checking with the NASDAQ, is that updated as situations occur during the tenure of a teacher?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair. As a state, if a state takes action against a license or other credential of an educator in any of the 50 states as well as several territories, that one of the steps that all the states follow is they then report to NASDAQ that action that was taken, a revocation, a suspension, a reprimand, and that is loaded into the database as it's occurring. And then at that point, we're made aware if that person then applies here.
So if a person receives a reprimand but doesn't have certification stripped, you will see that when you do the check?
Yes. And again, we would then turn over that to our investigator who would check into the situation.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Appleby? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion on part 2? Let's move on to part 3 of 147. This is relative to transportation of pupils in a contract carrier.
Chairman?
Yes, Representative Bowen.
Yes, this is probably what Representative Myler was talking about before, and I have to agree with him. Thing is, on any of these buses, whether it be even, on long trips or even sports, there's always adults, teachers, coaches, and other chaperones on the bus. And this may also, if somebody's a convicted pedophile, they have to notify their employer of that, and they won't be allowed to carry. So I think this goes overboard, and I don't think it's needed, because there are always some adults, chaperones, or coaches on buses that coaches will say that are being used by the school districts to go places, other than the Big Yellow. Big Yellows, we know they're covered, but I don't think this goes a little bit too far. Like Representative Myler had said before, we might not be able to get a coach to take people anywhere if they have to go through all this extra expense. So I don't think part 3 is needed.
Yeah, Representative Woodcock, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Lyon. This is just an open question. I have 2 questions. I'm looking at, obviously, part 3, but I'm looking at the section that deals, I'm on page 4, and I'm looking at the lines 2 and 3 I had highlighted from the before, where it says job training programs. I'm not sure there would be a monitor or a teacher in that bus with them to a job training program. And also under special education transition services, maybe Representative Cornell or Mullen can clarify that for me. I'm thinking transition services are from as they exit out of the special ed program to the 21-22. So there may, if I'm correct, I'm not sure, that may not be one that has a staff person as well. Those are my 2 questions, Representative Ladd.
Thank you. Are there any responses to Representative Woodcock's?
Other than the fact that, yeah, I mean, a transition service for a special ed student typically applies to an internship, a supervised apprenticeship, something that's aimed at the end of their educational experience to transition them into the world of work.
Right.
So that would, I suppose it would depend upon the nature of the disability, but ostensibly, yes, you could, I would think, have a 18-year-old in a van going to a job site without an adult.
I don't think I ever heard of them sending them off without an adult, though. Because I know in Manchester, the high schools have staff that's their job, to accompany them to their job site. So I would hope that they wouldn't send them by themselves.
Does that, if I may, Mr. Chairman, does that also include Representative Cornell or Mullen? Does that include the 18 to 22-year-old transition as well? before
Yeah,
rehab?
I would think it would. The IEP is in effect until the 21st birthday. So I would think it could be some individuals between 18 and 21.
Okay, so the other part of that then is the job training program is not necessarily monitored in terms of if they have coach drivers. Regular job training.
I don't think that there's an easy way to answer that question because, it's an individualized ed plan. So every student's going to be different.
Right. But the job, if I may, Representative Ladd, the job training program is separated from the special ed by commas. So it's a separate entity. It'd be internships, externships for the general school population. I'm not sure they would have a staff person with them. They would just be providing the transportation. So there does cause some reservation there in my mind. Thank you, Representative Ladd.
Yeah, Erica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel a little lost here. The part 3 talks about contract carriers to transport 16 or more passengers. And I don't quite understand how we'd be transporting 1 or 2 students, special education students, to a job training on a vehicle designed for 16 or more passengers without any sort of chaperone.
Okay. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the other qualifier here that's important, where it says that required to travel at least 75 miles. That to me is a fairly high threshold for traveling. And I don't know, perhaps a member of the committee could answer the question of, are there, particularly dealing with the special ed transition, I mean, 75 miles is a pretty good distance. And it's not like going, from Kearsarge to Concord, for example. I mean, it's significant. And I think that's another qualifier that I think provides some detail in this particular bill. Thank you.
And just to follow up to that, I can remember the discussion with the director from Keene that, is it 75 miles one way or is it 75 miles combined to 150 miles? We didn't have any response on that. So the mileage figure may be something we want to further look at. Representative Cordelli.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Ladd, just clarification.
Go ahead.
I have in my, and I may be wrong, Rick, but I have my notes. I have my notes that I asked that question at the hearing, and the answer was one way, 75 miles one way. So that would support Representative Myler's. It's a big trip. It's not the in town. So
Yeah, I can remember that, Representative Woodcock. That's why I'm suggesting that we have it say 150 miles round trip.
Okay.
One
way, right. Thank you.
Another way of saying it.
Yep, absolutely.
Representative Likas. Can't hear you.
Yeah, I know, I had to unmute. I'm going back to what Rep. Myler said in the beginning, that third part of this says, as well as school bus drivers certification requirements. And so once again, it sounds like this applies to, a coach trip down to New York City or whatever, or Washington, D.C. So, and certainly those guys don't need to have school bus driver certification. So how are we going to exclude them?
Yeah, it does speak to school bus drivers in the last part of the bill.
Mm-hmm.
Would we just be able to eliminate all the other situations and just have it be? I mean, eliminate that field trip one, and so that's the other organizations. Is that making sense? Good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think field trips are definitely,
Something we want to protect. We don't
Yes.
want these companies to stop doing the field trips. So if we took field trips out and left all the other things in, perhaps that would just cover the problem.
Do we want to say field trips using a professional coach server, somehow make that different than a school bus field trip or whatever?
Just clarification or question, field trips might include trips from here to Boston or Museum of Science. So you hate to have that out of there.
Right. I think it's more, can we put in instead something that they don't have to have the school bus driver's certificate as long as there are, I don't know, somehow qualified other adults, like teachers or whatever, teachers or parents? I mean, somehow we wanted to allow those professional coach services to be able to do this. But field trips is kind of more generic.
anybody have any answers for that one?
I'm just Representative Lyon, I'm just concerned because it says shall include but not limited to. So this is just an expansive list. So no matter what we put in and take out, I mean, it's just a wide open list. So I think we probably aren't gonna make much headway just taking out one or playing with it. Because it says not limited to. So a school district could, do their own other additional pieces.
Well, it's the school bus driver's certificate that I'm concerned about for, say, a Concord Trailways driver.
Well, I would think that if we're going to use a commercial bus such as you speak of, that there would be, if you're talking special education students, there certainly is going to have to be somebody, a school supervisor, certified person on the bus with them. If you're talking about regular students as well. So where would we be using a commercial bus if we didn't have a certified person on the bus? I can see the exception, maybe a coach, that even the school that my kids go to, they use a commercial bus to take the kids to sporting events, seeing that they have to travel a long way. They're in a division where there's no schools close to them. So maybe the nearest one is going to be over in Burlington or down at Brattleboro from St. Johnsbury. But they need those buses for the room for the athletic gear. They need it for the bathroom facility on the bus. And there's a coach there who may not have certification, but this coach is a school employee.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, so really, we've been talking about three categories there: either a certified personnel, a parent, or a school employee, which would cover, Rick, what you just said as far as a coach who may not be a certified personnel, but as an employee and a representative of the district.
Yeah, I don't know about the parent, but certainly the coach is an employee. If the parent's not being paid, what kind of training have they had? They may have had it, may not have, or background search. Representative Bohm.
Yeah, I was on a long field trip, and when I was in school, and the parents, we had to be fingerprinted and background checked for the field trips that went over a day. So, for example, to Washington, D.C. and whatnot, if there was a parent, I did one going to Europe, I had to be fingerprinted and background checked. So all the parents had to also. So for those long trips, for day trips, not, but for trips overnight, they had to be.
Don't volunteers in schools have to be background checked anyway? If you're volunteering at your child's school, that's one of the requirements.
Do we have any superintendents, or do we have anybody that's a director of transportation from a department on the attendee list that might be able to help us out with some of the answers?
Jerry Few, Rick, Jerry Few is on the list, whether he's.
Oh,
on
Jerry
the-
Frew is there?
Yeah.
I can see if he's available. Mr. Brew, I'm promoting you to panelist. Are you available?
He is available.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was kind of multitasking, Chairman, so could you just kind of rephrase the?
Well, we're talking about the part 3 of 147, Senate Bill 147, which addresses the use of contract carriers, which are those Greyhound type buses that
Yes.
have the bathroom, et cetera. And when we have kids that are going on a trip that's using one of those carriers, do schools have any requirements, or is there any statutory requirement that I don't know of where you have to have a certified person or an employee of the school on the bus besides the driver?
Thank you for that question. It would be my experience, and I think the experience that there are typically teachers on those buses, and all volunteers to school trips need to have passed criminal background checks.
And so your coach who's not a teacher and doesn't have certification, but is an employee, that there's a background check that's been done on that employee as well, correct?
That would typically be my experience. I can't say it's 100% for all trips, but in any of those Washington DC trips that I've been aware of and involved in over the 40 plus years in this business, there's always a certified teacher on, or more than one actually, on those big charter buses.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerry. Are there any questions for Jerry Frew?
Has their hand.
Rep Mullen? Your hand up?
I don't actually know whether or not this question would be for Mr. Frew or not. But it has to do with the fact that the bus drivers are supposed to comply with 26329, RSA 26329 also. In Roman numeral 3, after the criminal background check, it says, as well as school bus drivers certificate requirements. So I'm reading that as you've got to take the test that a bus driver would take to get a bus driver's certificate. Is anybody else reading it that way?
Alicia is.
Right? I mean, it says that you have to do everything that somebody who was driving a school bus would have to do. And that would mean taking the bus driver's exam.
Right, because it says all the requirements within that and the school bus driver certificate, right? And so that's, how can we ask that of, you know, Concord
Coach Lines, right?
Okay. Is there further discussion on this bill or a further question?
Can I just have a follow-up, Mr. Ladd?
Yes, go ahead.
Representative Ladd. I just want to, again, in that section 3, with regards to the criminal background checks for volunteers at school, there are different designated types of volunteers at schools. And some of those designated types would require fingerprinting. Some would require fingerprinting and a background check. It depends upon the responsibility of the volunteer and whether or not they're going to be alone with children. I know that the chances that a Concord Coach bus driver is going to be alone on a bus for 75 miles with a student is nil. But I do think we, you know, before we make any assumptions about that background check, we ought to seek clarification from maybe the DOE on it.
Okay. that we can. Yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah, can I sort of add on to Sue's question on this and just a couple questions about the criminal background check. Does that also include multi-state? And I know this is beyond the scope of part 3 here. And does it also include the what we just talked about in part 2, the abuse and neglect in the registry?
Is there anybody from the commercial DMV?
Well,
or-
we actually have DMV Elizabeth Bilecki. So hopefully she's available. I'm going to promote you to the panelist.
We have Elizabeth Bilecki listening. She's from the DMV as the director. Maybe she can help with some of these questions.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Bilecki. I am the director of the Division of Motor Vehicles. And thank you for allowing me to speak. I do want to let you know that we were taking a neutral position on this part of the bill, but we were working really closely with Senator Khan on providing him the language to really lead to the policy decisions that he wanted to achieve. And I know that he was working very closely with, I believe, this Keene School District and kind of leading him in drafting this bill. His goal was to really ensure that the drivers that would be utilized for the motor coaches really mirrored the requirements that the school bus drivers have to complete as well. So I think that's why you're seeing the language that you are seeing, because he wanted to ensure that the drivers meet the same requirements as those that are required of the school bus drivers.
Are there any questions or further discussion with the director? That does clarify some of the history here. So Elizabeth, you're saying then that the driver of this Concord coach is going to have that, also have that same school bus driver certificate as required in 263:29?
That is correct. Yes, the bill intended to ensure that the coach drivers would have to meet the certification requirements and would have to have a school bus certificate in order to be utilized for the school-related activities.
Okay, now another question for you, Elizabeth, then. Is this going to be really restricting the availability of commercial transportation?
Thank you for the question. I really am not sure if I'm in a position to be able to answer that, because I'm not sure whether the motor coach companies would be willing or would be in a position to put their drivers through that in order to contract with school districts to drive for the school-related activities or trips. So I am not sure whether they're standing ready and are prepared to meet their requirements. I think it would be better served to ask a representative from Concord Coach or another company like that.
Thank you very much. Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Leon.
Chairman, and thank you, Director Bilecki. This question may be a bit broad, but given all of the economic challenges and the difficulties with people getting to work, are you seeing anything through the DMV about fewer people looking for these licenses and pursuing these training requirements? And might that be an additional hardship?
I can tell you that the school bus industry, specifically the association, always struggles to find school bus drivers. In general, we've been seeing over the past few years, we've been seeing a decline in CDL drivers, and the CDL industry is having a hard time finding qualified drivers. So I think the industry and commercial motor vehicle drivers are definitely in high demand. And I know the School Bus Association is always looking and trying to incentivize employees to come on board as well. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Leon, you have a follow-up?
Sorry, if I can follow up, I guess one question is if that's a matter of disqualifying conditions or of training, and if there's such a demand for it, might it be possible that the coach lines will be afraid of additional competition if they pay for their drivers to be school bus certified?
Thank you for the question, but again, I'm not in a position to be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
Are there further questions of Ms. Bilecki? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Ladd. Thank you, Representative Ladd. Thank you for taking the question. Is there any reciprocity in terms of the school bus driver testing and the coach large vehicle testing? I mean, are they both the same DMV test?
No, there are different endorsements that you have to have on your license. So there would be a separate passenger endorsement for coach, and there would be a separate school bus certificate in order to drive a school bus.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Sure.
Welcome. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my my question. Mine is just a practical one. In terms of operating a school bus and operating a coach bus, would it require the same skill set? I know that there are two separate paper tests, but as far as actually driving the buses, if you can drive a coach, can you drive a school bus and vice versa?
I thank you for the question. I can look to see if I can get you more specific information. I can tell you from a vehicle perspective, the vehicles are different. There are different training requirements for school buses that really center around safety of the occupants on those. So there are requirements to conduct evacuation drills and things like that. There are specific training requirements of the school bus driver as well. And there are annual training requirements. So again, I think the school bus certificate requirements are a bit more restrictive to ensure that the safety of the kids on the bus is really front and center.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Representative Likas.
Yes. To go along with these, even if the local companies, coach companies decided to have a certain number of their drivers get this test, I know if they're driving very long distance, they may have to trade off drivers. I remember as a band member going to to Canada to play for the Toronto Argonauts. We had to have a new driver. Now, you know, whether it's there or crossing state or kids going down to Florida to play in a parade or whatever, the question, you know, how are we going to, if we pass this, how are we going to have any chance of having whoever that driver that has to pick up and drive the next section, because they're only allowed to drive so many hours at once? I mean, I can't see that would work.
Thank you. I am, again, I think the bus companies would be in a better position to answer that, because if they drive those distances, I assume that they have procedures in place to be able to accommodate those, because again, those are, as you stated, those are not really requirements specific to school bus drivers, but they're more requirements related to commercial motor vehicle drivers, where they have limitations on how many hours they can be behind the wheel. So I'm not sure what the current process is in place or procedures that are in place for those drivers and companies that have those long-term or long-distance trips.
Ms. Bilecki, you have a follow-up, Representative Likas?
Well, I was just wondering how we could possibly, since we have our requirements for school bus drivers, how we could possibly place that on some driver from another state. Relief driver.
Again, I am not sure if I can answer that specifically. I would really reach out to a motor coach company to see how they deal with situations like that right now. I'm not sure whether they have two drivers kind of starting out in the state of New Hampshire and one is driving and one's kind of resting until it's time to take over. I'm not sure, but those hours, our restrictions are currently in place for really any interstate drivers or any CDL drivers. So I would assume that if motor coach companies have long trips like that, they must have procedures in place to ensure that those hours, the limitations of those hours are adhered to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bilecki, do you know of or have you heard of a contract carrier using a vehicle that does not have a valid state inspection sticker?
Do I know of that?
Well, does that occur?
I am not sure. However, I know that I have a member of state police that's listening as well, so he might be able to speak to his experience with that. So I am not sure if I specifically don't know of any instances where those vehicles have not been inspected.
Well, I asked that question due to the bill does state the motor vehicle used by the contract carrier or passengers shall bear a valid state inspection sticker. I've always assumed that, you know, the buses must be inspected. If you have an officer who's familiar with that, I'd appreciate hearing.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And I think I can clarify that. And if we need to, he can also chime in. But commercial motor vehicles, specifically interstate vehicles that go out of state, are not specifically required to get a New Hampshire state inspection. They are required to have an annual inspections that meets the federal safety standards. And it's a little bit different. It doesn't have to be obtained within the state of New Hampshire. It can also be obtained outside of the state of New Hampshire. So I think this specifies that this would be subject to the New Hampshire state inspection as well.
Is that duplicating then what is currently being done?
I can tell you that school buses themselves they have a specific school bus inspection certificate as well.
But let's say take a Concord coach, for example, that they get the federal inspection and they meet that safety standard. Then by requiring to have some kind of a New Hampshire inspection like we all do for our residential vehicles, our private vehicles, is that going to be a duplication and an additional cost, which is just another cost and is trying to accomplish the same thing that the federal safety inspection is?
And I can get back to you on that because again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the answer to the question. So let me just write it down and I'll get back to you on that, whether it's going to be a duplicate or whether one can take place of the other.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Have you heard of any issues where there have been situations dealing with commercial bus drivers that have been abusive or cause some rationale that, you know, that we don't want them around kids?
Well, I think it's important to clarify that currently there are no provisions for school districts to be able to contract with private motor coach companies to transport kids for school-related activities. So I think what Senator Khan is trying to do is provide the opportunities for schools to be able to do that. And I think that was why he introduced this bill. So currently, any transportation related to school-related activities that's contracted by the school is required to utilize the yellow school buses and certified school bus drivers. So, go ahead. I think I heard a question there.
Well, I think I heard some rumbling too. Representative Bowen, was that you?
Yeah, just a point. We know they're doing it. The school districts are hiring coaches to go on sports trips to Washington, D.C., to other long distance trips. So I don't understand your comment there because school districts they've been doing it forever. So I don't understand
Does statute allow them to do that, Ralph?
So I can tell you that there are currently no statutory or administrative provisions that allow the schools to do that.
Well, and I think if I may, Mr. Chairman, I think this is the question that the industry is raising around this bill. And that based upon what Ralph has just said, that they are kind of doing this as a favor to school districts, notwithstanding what Elizabeth is saying, and that if in fact this piece of legislation were to be enacted, that they would in fact stop doing that as a favor to school districts. And I think that's their concern.
Yeah, right. Representative Hobson, you have a question?
I don't have a question. I have someone from the attendee list, Sergeant Christopher Kelby. I don't know.
Is he with DMV?
I'm not sure, but, okay. So
Uh,
can I promote him?
Elizabeth Bilecki, would it be fine for you to have your DMV sergeant speak?
Yes, absolutely. Sergeant Kelby was actually in charge of pupil transportation, so he might be able to answer some of your questions related to enforcement or what he's seeing on the road, some of the questions that you had previously, including the inspection questions as well.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Then we'll bring our sergeant up so we can ask.
Welcome to education, Sergeant Kelby. You go. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, I got kicked off of the call. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just wanted to reiterate what Director Bilecki said in regards to current law relative to motor coaches transporting kids. It's not allowed. That school departments choose to utilize those resources. They're doing so under the law or outside of the law. 263-29 and 259-96 specifically state how children are to be transported. So I just wanted to clarify the air that though there might be school SAUs utilizing motor coaches for the transportation of children, it's illegal. And more importantly is it puts the SAU in a serious quandary when it comes to liability if something should happen. So to answer the inspection question, no, there would not be an incurred cost outside of the safety inspection for the vehicle. Currently, school buses in the state of New Hampshire, regardless of size, have at a minimum 2 state safety inspections done a year. One is a state safety inspection, and over I think it's 15,000 pounds. They're actually inspected twice a year, and they're also subject to a school bus safety inspection, which is separate from a state safety inspection. And they're giving us a sticker indicating that they passed the school bus safety inspection. So a full-size school bus would actually be state safety inspected 3 times. A motor coach would fall under its annual inspection requirement, whatever that happens to be. It would not be something that the state would be imposing under this current legislation.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Are there questions for Sergeant Kelby? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. The Sergeant, I'm assuming, or maybe unfortunately, you've been listening to all this dialogue for the last 40 minutes. If you have been, you understand the intent of what we're trying to do. We're trying to get in a situation where everyone is legal and everyone is safe. Do you have any recommendations on how that might happen based on what you heard?
So I can tell you that the Department of Safety is neutral on this. I've heard a lot of concern about putting in some kind of hardship on motor coach drivers or companies that are transporting kids outside of the, for whatever trip. Currently, again, just to point out, it's illegal. They're not allowed to do this. We're not imposing anything on them currently. We're saying if you want to transport kids, you have to undergo the background check and the training. The training is 10 hours. It's not a real, they can contract trainers. There's first aid training involved with that. Safe and what is safe loading? How can the kids be, taken off the bus safely? I mean, it's important training. Again, pointing out that currently, if you use, Joe's motor coach service down in, I don't know, Portsmouth to transport a group of kids from Portsmouth to wherever, it's illegal. You can't do that unless under 259-96, you submit the information to the department for criminal and motor vehicle background check. And again, pointing out that the background check and the training is regulated by the Department of Safety. Division of State Police, Division of Motor Vehicles, we are the ones that do that. The Department of Education and the SAUs have their own requirements outside of these parameters. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Follow up, Representative Ladd?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, the last question for me anyhow. Thank you. Do the coach vehicles have rear exits?
You know, I try not to advertise this because I don't like getting my hands dirty. After 23 years on the job, I'm not a big fan of getting my hands greasy, but I am a certified federal inspector, and I am actually motor coach certified, and most of the buses have evacuation windows and then the side entry, and that's it. Some, depending on the design of the vehicle, some of the buses have, you know, a variety. Again, it's really design specific. There's so many square inches of evacuation space that are needed on a motor coach. I know that's not answering your question, but that's as well as I can answer it.
Well, I appreciate you using the rag and wiping your hands on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sergeant, we've acknowledged in this hearing, in this work session, that in fact motor coaches are in fact being used, notwithstanding it being, quote, illegal. So the question that I have is that without any kind of statute that governs the use of these motor coaches, if there were to be an accident, if there were to be some kind of an incident with these motor coaches with students from a school district on them, what's the liability here? Because we have, I mean, there is a history here of these motor coaches taking athletic teams places and being hit by a semi truck or whatever. What is the liability of, without a law governing this, what's the liability of an SAU?
I can tell you that would be up to the individual court. All I can tell you is that RSA 296 specifically states what you need to do to drive a vehicle. If you fall outside of that, I don't know, that falls under court and the legal system, and I could not answer that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Representative Lakis?
Yes, back to the question of if we pass legislation allowing schools to use motor coaches and they're going a long distance, so they have to trade drivers potentially more than one time, how does that work if we're requiring New Hampshire's school bus driver certification?
So as I read the law, if you're going to transport students in New Hampshire, you have to submit under 25996 the training and background check, which is the roster. So we already know that you're driving for kids. So if C&J Trailways was going to do a trip down to DC or something, and they're going to be driving more than, I think it's 14 hours or something like that, under logbook regulations, presumably the C&J Trailways would have another driver that would be on the bus to do the switch driving or take the appropriate time off to utilize another employee of another bus company outside of the state of New Hampshire. We wouldn't be able to enforce anything that there's no way for us to know that. But I don't think it would be realistic for a motor coach to utilize another driver from another location, another company to drive, on a long distance trip, much like most motor carriers currently. If they have, if they're team driving, the drivers work for the same service. I'm not saying it's not possible that they could utilize, some, sister service from another state to do that. That would really fall, aside from them not staying within the law as it would be, or the amended legislation, again, I mean, we can't really, just like you guys use motor coaches now, there's one trooper in the state of New Hampshire that is 100% dedicated to pupil transportation. One person, that's it. So his job is primarily administrative and investigation of accidents, for him to go out and police these locations. And I've spoken to many superintendents, many principals about the legality of using motor coaches. You know, we try to get it out there. Hey, don't do this. God forbid if something bad happens, you're falling afoul of state New Hampshire law. That I would have presumed there would be some liability involved with that. You know, we can only enforce what we can see. Presumably, if the amended legislation as it's proposed goes into effect, I would assume that a motor carrier would be utilizing for a long trip drivers of that same location or company to provide that transportation.
But when I've seen that happen, it was the same company, but a different state. And so that's my question. How are they going to have New Hampshire state bus drivers certification if they're being picked up in another state through the same company?
Well, so again, presumably it's a school, it's a particular SAU. So we're only regulating the kids being picked up by New Hampshire SAUs. So we have a lot of companies in Massachusetts and Maine and Vermont, actually, that provide transportation services to SAUs and citizens of the state while having an out-of-state driver's license. And it's just a matter of them being certified in the state of New Hampshire. It's not that hard. It's just a matter of having an instructor provide the 10 hours of training. Again, presuming that the legislation's passed and presuming that everybody follows the law, it wouldn't be that hard for them to do that. I know First Student and Student Transportation of America have locations, Butler's Bus Service, NRT, they all have bus services outside of state, and they have backup drivers that will pick up, if they have a driver that's out sick, we'll provide transportation in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Sergeant Kelby, it appears that one of the primary reasons for this bill coming forward is the legality and liability issues. We're requiring in this legislation, as I see it, about 5 things. The first 4, that the commercial vehicle have a valid state inspection sticker and comply with the provisions of RSA 376. The bus driver hold a valid CDL, and the school bus and a school bus driver certificate defined by RSA 263:29. This bill, we could take care of the legality and liability by just deleting the part that says the school bus driver certificate defined in RSA 263:29. Would that make the buses any less safe?
I would ask the director to respond to that. I don't think that I would be the right person to respond to that. I do want to point out that, yes, that was very politic. The SBC, the school bus certificate, and the CDL license, the director just responded, she would take that question, are 2 different things. So currently, Chris Kelby, myself, I possess a CDLA with a tank endorsement, a motor coach endorsement, and a school bus endorsement, but I am not allowed to get behind the wheel of a yellow school bus and drive it on a school operation. The school bus certificate is a separate document. It's not an endorsement. It's a certificate that, and keep in mind that we have companies out there that use Ford Focuses as school buses because they fall under the law. All they need is a driver's license and an SBC card or a school bus certificate card, and that's the 10-question exam that they have to take. I'm sorry, the 20-question exam that they have to take to the DMV with the 10 hours of training. So again, the director did just chime in that she would answer that question. I'd rather just fulfill myself on that. That's okay.
Okay, thanks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the question. And Representative, I will say again that that was really something that Senator Khan intended to ensure that the provisions that he's introducing really mirror the school bus certificate. I know he worked very closely with a superintendent out of the Keene School District, I believe, but also with the school bus or school transportation association. So again, while we were helping him draft it, he was really driving the intent. And this was the intent, that the drivers really meet the same requirements on the motor coaches as they do for school bus certificate as well.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions on this or discussion on this bill on part 3? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, the last comment is, out of all the dialogue, the thing that scares me the most, Representative Ladd, is the fact that we just realized that these motor coaches do not have a safety exit. One of the pleasures of New Hampshire school administrator's job was to participate in the emergency exiting practices from school buses, which I did multiple times every year. And organize so the kids come off the back, they know the orderly procedure, the whole things. The fact that we're now aware of, beyond the school bus legality piece, of these coach buses that don't have a rear emergency exit, nor do the students have, they have a window, nor do the students have a chance to practice that. That to me is the biggest scare that's illuminated by this whole bill. Thank you.
So then let me ask you a question then, Representative Woodcock. Are you saying then you would prefer not to have us use the commercial carriers?
No, I'm not saying that because I don't have from that, my point is, Representative Ladd, that I think this commercial carrier, we just opened a huge can of worms. And the biggest one is safety of the students in emergency without practice exiting. Now, and I understand the SAU 29 issues that they brought up before, and all the school buses, the youngsters in the middle schools go to the DC. I understand all that. But this, I did not recognize, the driver less concerned me than this. I did not recognize that the safety provision of student exiting and practicing is so limited to a window in one of those coaches. That makes me very, very nervous. That's all. Thank you.
Couldn't we accomplish that in this bill by requiring, prior to that commercial bus being used, that the CDL, the driver, inform the students on the bus, and hopefully the certified teacher or coach or employee on that bus, here are the exit points, just as you do when you get on a airplane. You're told, we can all go through that routine. Would that satisfy, rather than saying to the contract carriers, you now have to have your drivers have this certificate, which we know that there is a lack of qualified folks out there with CDLs, especially with the oil crisis we have going on right now. And we know it with school buses drivers as well.
No, Representative Ladd, I understand what you're saying, and having them speak, the left and the air things will come down to like an airplane, all the big exits. My concern is not the driver saying the rear window in the far right, they have to sign out, that's what you crawl out of. My thing is you have to take 6th and 7th graders and freshmen in high school and have them practice it so they can learn it. They're not going to, in the case of emergency, they're not going to be able to go through that, everybody going that one window. I think this opens up a huge bag of worms. That's just me.
Representative, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually rode one of the Concord Trailways down to Boston every day for years and years and years. There are a ton of exits in there distributed throughout the bus. I know the students won't have a chance to open them up and jump out, which would probably be a lot of fun, but they're throughout the bus, and they're really easy to find with big red handles.
Okay,
practice makes perfect. You can't do it by just talking about it. Not with kids. That's why we coach teams.
All right.
Not a lot of fun during an emergency either.
Okay, thank you very much, all. Is there any further discussion on this bill? I want to thank yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah, Rick. I agree with a lot of what's been said on here, and I think particularly what Steve brought up, that this has really uncovered, I think, a liability issue that every school district across the state probably would face. And 12 years on a school board, I had no idea that this was was basically an illegal activity for the schools. And so now we've all heard this, and and the department representative has also heard this, and I think there's clearly complexities here, but I think there's two parts that we need to do, or that we should consider, is relieving the at least district liability, so that they can at least continue to have the 9th grade field trip to Washington and not ride a big yellow bus for that. And secondly, try to come to some good try to put together some good statute that is enforceable, that is realistic, and I think even some of the things you suggested, Rick, make a lot of sense, maybe as a starting point, but I don't know if we're going to be able to solve this one completely today. So, but it's clearly something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Yeah, there are two parts there, Dave. One is the legality and the liability. That can be easily dealt with, I think, just by the part under number 1, Roman 1, that can occur. The other issue is the safety issues, which Representative Woodcock brings up, and the training. That is a little bit more complex in terms of resolving. So I don't know. We may have time if somebody wants to craft some language to try to address that, but I don't think we're going to be able to do it. I concur that quickly. Further discussion on this one. I want to, yes, Representative Likas.
Yeah, so what do people think if two changes I'm looking at in part 1, where it says a valid state inspection sticker, if we included or whatever the name of the federal inspection sticker that a lot of the buses, the coaches would have to have, whatever that's called, so that they either had a state one or that federal one, which says they've been inspected and everything. And then the other thing would be, what if we took out the school bus driver's certificate, left all the rest, but took that particular piece out as a requirement, because then schools could go on doing what they've been doing, which is sending kids to DC on those coach buses, which they've been doing all along. And that way they are covered, and having the other requirements, most of them, it makes sense anyways. It just, to me, doesn't make sense that they would have to have the school driver's certificate, especially if they're having to trade drivers.
In doing that, Alicia, you'd have to also look at Roman 3, which again looks at the bus driver's certificate requirements.
What I was talking about, Roman 3, the school bus driver certificate requirement, just take that out, and in Roman 1, add or that federal inspection sticker, whatever that is. I would have to find out, but instead of just a valid state inspection sticker. What would people think about if we just modified those two things?
Well, you'd also have to take out in Roman 1 the reference to RSA 263:29. It's in two places in that bill.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah.
So
okay, take it out of both of those places.
So Rick, I think what Alicia is suggesting makes some sense in terms of a stopgap. but I think we absolutely need to make some progress on the rest of it as well, and you know, to assure that there's you know, that the kids are safe during an emergency. And I don't know what the answer is on those. I don't know if you want to I mean, we can study it this fall and actually hear from, you know, the representatives of the commercial lines and Department of Safety and DMV and Department of Ed, and put something together that works.
There's several tacks in doing this. One, I think we can take care of immediately the legality and liability issue. That can be done through modifying the first section that Representative Likas was looking at in Roman 1. The issue of the safety on the bus, is that also related to maybe having an employee also on the bus, or somebody that's a teacher on the bus that is, you know, is able to work with kids and maintain the decorum, the safety that you normally have on a school bus on a field trip. So, you know, in the short run, possibly, you know, we can correct the one area. It's possible that we could also then come back with legislation to clean up the rest of it in the second year of this biennium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely agree with you, Rick. Something is better than, something has to be done. Nothing is not an option.
Well, the legality has to be picked.
Yeah.
So perhaps what we could do is have a couple folks get together here and try to come up with some language, which might be, you know, the intermediate step here, and then following through with those considerations, dealing with the safety issues and the proper training and supervision on the bus.
Yeah. The elephant on the table has to be addressed, Representative Ladd. That's the key issue.
Well, I see the key issue is the liability and the legality, and that's a huge issue for a district.
Right.
Yeah.
It is huge, Representative Ladd, but I'm not sure it is as huge as 20 kids stuck on a bus in emergency and can't get out. So I think both pieces have to be done, but I just say the elephant's on the table is out with public. We need to address it. Someone does.
Right, but current statute addresses neither of those.
Right.
So anything we do is going to be better than what there is right now.
Right. Representative Hobson.
Yeah, may I let Sergeant Kelby and Ms. Galecki out of the meeting? Are we finished with that?
Oh, yeah, yes. For Sergeant Kelby and Elizabeth Galecki, thank you very much for listening to this. Is there anybody here on our committee that be interested in, Alicia, you were there, you know, with part of this. Are you willing to try to work with others or develop something yourself, which would address, you know, step one, and step two is a bigger picture, I think.
Right. And we might even be able to put one line in this one that just requires that the bus driver goes over safety, you know, the safety instructions or whatever before the bus pulls out.
Well, I think it's also important that there be some kind of a teacher certification on that bus or an employee of the school district on the bus.
Well, I don't know of any schools that hire Concord coaches or whatever, coach that don't put other adults on. I mean, I've never heard of them doing that.
I concur.
So I think the more important thing is just to make those coaches legal. And if we can right now just put a one-liner in about covering the different safety on the bus and then go in detail. Hopefully, Stephen, you're willing to go into detail and come up with a law for next year to add to this.
Well, I'd be happy to work on that on behalf of the committee. I would suggest if we require students to practice exiting school buses through emergency exits, that we need to have perhaps practice on any vehicle they're going to be on in a coach. So yes, To the general question, Representative Lekas, I'd be happy to work on this with you, or whoever Representative Lightfoot's on it.
Good.
Okay, how about if we set up a working group of Representative Woodcock and Representative Likas to try to address what we've gone over today? Is that good with you?
Be back by 2023?
No. I think we need to address this legality liability issue immediately.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could look at Roman 1 there, and you could put a period right after CDL, commercial driver's license period, and then look at 3, and maybe you delete 3, so you'd have, you know, Roman 1 and Roman 2. That's just my quick, fast look, but there may be some other, you know, things that you two could come up and make a recommendation to us later on next week.
Next year.
Okay.
Okay, Alicia?
That's fine with me.
Okay, you two get together, set it up.
Together, Steve. I'll be happy to. And I think you had some really good points. I think we need to figure out how to work them in.
Yes, thank you.
Good, let's get on now to part 4 of this bill. I want to thank everybody that was listening and helped us out with this today. Part 4 is a state aid to special education for certain communities of 1,000 or fewer residents. You know, I had some concern with this. Let me briefly state that I know that we already provide $250,000 annually for the districts which are unable to pay for some of the costs of unexpected emergencies dealing with special education aid. That's the catastrophic aid, the student that comes in, that's the high cost student. They may not have a reserve fund. Most districts do have some, but it's a very expensive, costly deal. We've talked about it many times. This bill also then goes beyond and says an additional $250,000 available for any community of 1,000 or fewer residents. So with that total comes up to $500,000 to me, and there is no definition I found of the word community. Municipality, district, yes, not community. And I know we're talking about unincorporated areas, probably, most likely. And we have several of them, Hales location, Harts location. Hales and Harts. You know, I understand that predicament. So it's open to discussion right now. Yes. Representative Cornell.
Okay, so I thank you for taking my question, Chair. For lines 29 and 30, the impact of special ed costs when emergency assistance is necessary to prevent significant financial harm. How do you decide that it's doing significant financial harm? I mean, a community of 1,000 or less may have 1 student. Manchester has 56 students that, using the old term of catastrophic aid, would qualify. So, I mean, I think 56 students would make Manchester eligible for a significant financial harm. I'm just wondering what's the definition of, how do you decide that it's causing the community of 1,000 significant financial harm as opposed to another community that's over 1,000 that may have many, many, many more students?
That's always been resolved by the Department of Education to discern that. I do not honestly know the criteria that they use for that decision-making for the current $250,000 for these situations. I know that there are small districts that do encounter this type of hardship, as does the larger district as well. Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on some correspondence with the department, I believe it is a rule that outlines applications for emergency responsibility and what the document shall entail, and that includes unanticipated cost, financial crisis that could not be dealt with through budgetary line item transfers or other financial management techniques, and that there are no other sources of financial support available to assist the district. So I think that this definitely relates to a small district more so than a larger district who is going to have a larger budget from which they can draw resources, as opposed to a small district of under 1,000 students.
Yeah, that's in rule right now. But as far as making the actual decision, you have to use that criteria that Glenn just read and make a decision. Representative Woodcock.
Representative Ladd, just two questions, Rick, if I may. Can you give me the the last line on line 29? I'm looking at the process when emergency assistance. I don't know how that's defined. I understand Patty talking about catastrophic aid and Glenn, but I don't understand how that means emergency assistance. That's the first question. And the second one, just on behalf of Representative Tanner, who's not with us today, she'd asked at the hearing, how does this impact regional co-op school districts? And I don't know if we have an answer to that. Thank you.
Okay, the first part of that you asked, emergency assistance. Of course, in terms of its emergency financial assistance, or fundings are assistance, basically to mitigate the impact of special education costs. Little Piermont received kids, 2 in 1 year, both at $250,000 approximately at fees. Of course, some of that's reimbursable through the formula, but it still went to the point where they didn't. But they had the wherewithal to take it from other accounts and other sources that they had. So that would not be necessarily an emergency funding assistance or need. There must be some districts like the 2 I mentioned to begin with, at least one of them, where that does occur. And this other criteria is that you have 1,000 or fewer residents. Well, we all know there's some towns, 1,000 or less, that are residents that are very, very property wealthy towns.
Correct. You're correct.
Well, yeah, I can name a couple: Monroe, Waterville Valley, Piermont. So, yeah, it does.
And just to the second question, Representative Ladd, the follow-up, the co-op school districts. Did we ever get a good response for that?
I don't have an answer to that one. Does anybody here, Representative Porter?
I don't really have an answer. I do have a concern, however, because here in Hillsborough, we have the Hillsborough Deering District, and we have Little Windsor, who has maybe 400 residents that sends their children to our school. They don't have a school of their own. They do have a school board, and they have a small budget, but they don't have a school of their own. So if a child moves into that district, that cost is absorbed by Hillsborough Deering School District. And we also have Washington, which does have its own school up to the 5th grade, but then those children come down to the Hillsborough Deering School. And if a special needs child that's expensive, that's something that has to be taken on by our district, although Hillsborough has 7,000 people that live in it. So, it's a confusing, to me, very confusing situation that we would be in to get, would we qualify? We do have some reserves for special ed, but certainly not enough if we had 2 or 3 kids move in. So just reiterating what people are saying, that's a big concern. How does it work?
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, further in my discussions with the department on this, a town that sends their students to another district, that town, i.e. school district, is responsible for the cost of that student. They're sending tuition money to that co-op or to that other district under a tuition agreement. They therefore would be responsible for the extra cost associated with a special ed student who moved into the district, such as Representative Porter, I think, was making reference to. Or I think under the situation that was laid out by the prime sponsor, Senator Bradley. So that small district, part of a co-op or tuition agreement, would be responsible for the special ed costs and would have a difficult time and possibly financial crisis in dealing with a high-cost student with special needs.
Representative Porter.
I'm not sure how that would work for Windsor, for example. Would Windsor apply to the state for this emergency aid? They don't have an office, they don't have a school. They use the SAU for all that. So would Windsor be the one that would apply for that aid? Or would the Hillsborough Deering School District be the one that applied for that aid, seeing as how the child is a student and there's no school in Windsor?
Go ahead.
If Windsor is paying the educational costs for that student, they would likewise be responsible for the special ed student costs. And therefore, I would imagine fill out the application for emergency assistance.
That is correct. For example, we have Benton that's in the SAU 23, and Benton does not have schools. They send all their kids to Woodsville, but there was a child there that was a high-cost special ed student. And Benton then went and checked out the cost, and they found it was actually cheaper to send that student to another school district. And the costs, though, were totally on the Benton taxpayers to do that. Within your co-op district, you know, we have the same thing with Piermont, which is part of SAU 23. They have to cough up all that funding, and your little town that you're talking about, Representative Porter, would have to come up with those dollars. That's why that pot of $250,000 is available. They would qualify. Representative Reno.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, though, I think the requirement for a district of residents to be responsible for IEP costs is on court-ordered placements and manifest hardship placements and things like that. I think what Representative Porter's talking about with Windsor as an example also is specific to the co-op agreement that the district has with the member towns. And it could be that they're just responsible for whatever their pro rata student share, as opposed to specific IEP costs for each student that resides in Windsor or Deering or Hillsborough. And so, you know, so I think it could be the case as what you're saying, but it doesn't have to be the case. And it would be important to know this. Maybe Ms. Fenton has some clarification on co-op agreements around the state. But what could happen in the case that Representative Porter's talking about, if in fact Windsor's not responsible for every IEP dollar of every student in residence in Windsor, they could collect the $250,000 and only have to be responsible for the pro rata share as opposed to the full cost of the IEP.
Is Diana Fenton there?
Yes, she is. Would you like me to come?
If she can have any information on this.
Thank you, Ms. Fenton. Are you available?
Good morning, committee members. Thank you for inviting me to join you. I'm going to defer to Rebecca Fredette, who's in charge of special education. She would probably know more about this particular section of the bill than I do. In terms of cooperatives, each one has their own agreement. We do have copies of them, and hopefully this situation would be addressed in those agreements, but I can't speak to them all. They're each individual, and they might not have addressed this particular situation. But I'm going to see if Rebecca Fredette, I see that her name has popped up, and ask that you promote her and she can better answer this question. Thank you.
She's been promoted. Welcome to education, Ms. Fredette.
Morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Representative Ladd. Thank you for the question. So as Ms. Fenton said, each school district makes a different agreement between them regarding special education students. So they may have an agreement where they pay a certain rate per pupil, and then they also have an agreement where they pay a certain rate for special education students, or that cost reverts back to the district that is sending it. So it's really local control here. It's really what has that district determined in their agreement with the district they send their students to. If they've agreed that in some cases, whatever district they send them to is going to incur all costs for every kid that they send them to, then that sending district wouldn't incur any extra cost. However, typically what happens is they will say, you're paying this rate for this student. However, if there's a paraprofessional or an out-of-district placement, the district that is sending that student would then incur that cost and have to cover that cost as well as the tuition cost to the district. But it's different for district to district. Unfortunately, it's not one blanket answer to say this is how it goes in every cooperative school district.
Rebecca, the statute states right now that the state may designate up to $250,000 for this purpose. Have you had school districts or small town districts come to you requesting support from that pot of money? And is there such a pot of money?
So as I have only been in my position for a year, so I have reached out to people who have been here longer than I. And from what I understand, no one has ever asked to access that pot. Up until probably a year and a half ago, we did have one school district reach out to access that. However, none of that money has ever been set aside because that money is the same money that goes to special education aid. And what typically happens is we pay special education aid out of that first. And then if there were more, then it would have been set aside, as I understand it. However, we don't typically pay full on special education aid. We did this year, but we haven't since 2008. So typically there isn't that $250 left over. As I understand it, it's never been set aside ahead of time. So they've never taken that $250 off the top and then done special education aid.
So there's really never, ever been enough money in the special education catastrophic aid account. And so the money's been sprinkled over the total number of kids which qualify for that. So in order to support this particular paragraph within statute, we'd just be sprinkling the same dollar out to, more directions. I guess the question is that I have here is that if you haven't had folks coming and asking for that $250,000, do you know of any communities that would come and look for that?
I could see some of the communities that have to cover the difference between what the cap is and then what we start to cover for special education aid. I could see some of them reaching out to say, the cap of $50,000, we really can't afford that, and then asking to cover that piece. But in the one instance that I've been told of which I said was about a year and a half ago, they had an unexpected student move in and they did not have the funds to cover a residential placement for the student. So they were asking for funds to help to cover that because it just was not in their budget to cover it.
Are there further questions for Rebecca? Representative Cordelli.
I'm sorry, it's not a question.
Okay, if it's a comment.
Okay, yeah, I think that that's exactly the situation that this bill relates to, and the reason that Senator Bradley brought it forward to accommodate that kind of situation. And I know specifically in our county, Hales location, for instance, is a small district, has no school, and sends their students to either Kennett or to Freiburg Academy, and would be severely impacted if they had to pay for a special needs child who moved into the district with high cost for a small community.
You know, I got a question for you then, Glenn. Maybe you can help me out. Like a Hales location is in an unincorporated township, right?
Correct.
And with that, the county is the one that's providing the funds to support this district for a Hales location?
No, they are not. They have their own budget. The county commissioners act as the school board for those unincorporated places, but they raise they have their own budgets based on taxing their local residents.
Okay.
Hey, Rick.
Representative Luno.
Thanks very much. I'm looking at the DRA tax rate comparison from FY19, which is the most complete one they've got on their the department website right now. And just looking at Hales location, the total 2019 total tax rate was $4.18. The total school tax rate, well, I'll break it up. The state education tax was $2.15, and the local school tax was minus $2.15. So their school tax rate is actually zero in Hales location. So I guess I don't understand diverting additional state money where they're, you've got tax rates in Claremont of $40+, and here you've got zero.
Okay. Yeah. I was using Hales location as an example. I have no idea, what situation prompted this bill, or if there was any specific situation that prompted this bill.
Okay. Thanks very much, Representative.
Yeah, we're just using that, so it's not an attack on any one of these, the small areas.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I have one more question for Rebecca at the department. Is the $250,000 that's currently, that may be designated to mitigate these impacts, is that sufficient amount, or should it be increased to $500,000?
I don't know if I could answer that question. We haven't had anybody apply for that besides that one district who felt that they, if you're looking at, it's hard to say because most people I think would be looking to cover the gap between what they have to pay for the cap and then what we're able to give them through special education aid. And so right now our cap is right around $56,000. And then, and that's only up to 3 times the amount and then up to 10 times the amount. So I'm thinking per person, it might be around $60,000, but it would depend on how many people apply for that fund. And because I said we've only had one person ever even consider applying for it, I wouldn't be able to determine what you would want to set that at. I apologize.
people with their hands raised, did you?
Let's see, Representative Porter, is your hand up?
Yes, it was. Just a point of clarification. Unincorporated places don't have local property taxes because they don't have a local government. That's why they're unincorporated. So the county deals with everything for them, and the taxes that they pay go to the county.
That's my understanding as well.
Right. So, they don't have a budget because they don't have a town. They don't have anything to budget for. So if a child moves into Hale's location, that money that they're collecting goes to this county or not to the county, as the case may be.
And see, what I was trying to determine then, where I was going with that is that then you have a student move in that is a Cat aid student. Is the county the one, the responsible agent for paying those costs?
Good question.
I would assume they would be.
Yeah.
But I've never heard of it.
All I know is that Carroll County commissioners and in the past the delegation has voted on a budget for Hale's location, which is not using county tax funds for that budget. There is a separate budget for that unincorporated place that includes all normal items, including the cost of financial audits, et cetera. And
Policing and that sort of thing, right? Representative Cordelli, I mean, the county provides the policing, the county provides, takes care of the roads. No? Representative Wood, I mean, that was my understanding of how that works.
I believe that there is an agreement with the sheriff's department for patrols.
Yeah.
So just on the examples that we've been doing, looking at Hale's location, just as an example, they do actually have a municipal tax rate of $2.98. So they do have a municipal budget. I don't think it sounds like they're an unincorporated place. But just above them on the DRA spreadsheet is Hadley's Purchase. And it's zeros going across the board, except for the county tax rate, where they pay a flat $2,000 to the county for, I think, exactly what Representative Porter was, was talking about.
Hale, if I may, Representative Little, Hale's location does pay some costs to the town of Conway. As Representative Cordelli indicated, their primary police service is the sheriff, but they do use town fire and town police when necessary. And they also tuition some of their students to Maine than to New Hampshire. So I don't know if that impacts the DRA piece. The other part, that is typically an over 55 community, so it has very few, if any, children.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Looks
you.
like on the DOE website, they've got one student.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Porter, is your hand still up?
It is, but it should not be.
Okay. All righty. Is there any more discussion on part 4 of this bill?
Sure. Rick?
Yeah.
So where are you thinking of going with part 4?
Well, in part 4, it's dealing directly with catastrophic aid, the formula, 3.5 times, and if we go up through that formula. Where it's talking about that, quite truthfully, I'm intrigued with the proposal that's been put together by the department in terms of the actuarial, the ability to have these associations where we have insurance pooling of funds to address the Cat aid student, the special education student that arrives. It gives more, I guess, reliability and confidence to the district when they're preparing their budget with a figure based upon that premium cost. So, and there has been quite a bit of work done with the actuarial firm out in Kansas. $100,000, I guess, was spent to try and get a calculator, and calculations been made for various districts. It requires 5 districts to pool, at least a minimum of 5 districts to pool together. And it's an optional form of supporting this real concern we've always addressed, Cat aid. So I'm intrigued by it. And I think that it's been, since we've last dealt with it, further modified. I'm very tempted to add that on to, because it would be germane. It deals specifically with this same topic of how we support the special education child that has this really significant cost. So that's where I'm thinking, that I have been thinking about placing that right in here. And I think it's just about ready to go too.
So that's in there as a separate House bill. What's happened to that in the Senate?
I can't give you do you know, Glenn, where the status of that bill is? We can look it up for you right now, Dave.
I forgot the bill number on that, but I guess
it was 613.
613, right. I would be hesitant to move that into an omnibus bill, given that it's already a standalone bill and will be, voted on it by the Senate. But I think the testimony we heard specifically to Part 4 here was that the tranche of the existing 250K hasn't been drawn on, and maybe the current statute is sufficient.
Yeah, 613 did pass the House. It went to the Senate. It's in It's in House Finance. It passed House Finance. No, it's in House Finance. Excuse me. That's where we retained it. So it did come to the floor and received a positive vote and was sent to the second committee, which is House Finance.
So it hasn't gone to the Senate then?
No, it hasn't. Okay. No, it's been retained in Finance. Even though I did not see a fiscal note attached to it. Representative Bohm.
Yeah, my suggestion in this, since we've heard the 250,000 there hasn't been used, so we have money. So I think, for right now, I mean, one of the problems we have with these omnibus bills, we can't retain. So the only thing we can do, I think, is amend out Part 4, because the money doesn't seem to be needed. We got the 250,000 there, which we've heard isn't being used. It'd be nice if it was a separate bill like we do, and we could have retained it to do study on it, but we can't. But we still don't know. My problem too is we've heard all these questions. What about this town? What about co-ops? What about every co-op we've known for years? Every time we deal with co-op, every co-op agreement is different. Even area agreements are different. So we don't know. And 1,000 or fewer residents, like you brought up, there are a lot of rich 1,000 resident towns or less. So for right now, I don't think Part 4 is needed.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know where I'm going on this yet. It came to us, when you look at this particular part of the bill, Part 4, it came from the Senate, and all these bills came out of the Senate, either 24-0 or 22-2 or 23-1. There was pretty much a majority of folks on that side voting for each one of these parts. So they all are related to education. So there must have been some kind of a rationale why this particular section, Part 4, was put in here. I'm having a difficult time with it myself. So, Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Clearly, the intent already in Part 4 in the RSA gives 250,000 that's the school districts. Clearly, whoever who designed these 3 lines, their intent was to try to assist small towns versus school districts. So it's a whole separate intent, clearly. But I do hear Representative Bone clearly that they have $250,000 not using now, which they could apply for. But this is specific to towns versus districts. That's the difference. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Further discussion on this bill. We're talking now the whole thing, 147. Okay, when we come to meet next Thursday, we're going to have one amendment for the entire bill. We can't be just amending, because then they're going to, that's not how it works on omnibus bills. We need to have closure on all 4 sections. So that's going to have to be done. Mel, have you had any discussion with your caucus on this?
No, we were basically waiting for the work session. We've talked about it, but needed to have the work session to see where we were on that. David?
Yeah, so along those same lines, Rick, I know this is an omnibus bill, but it's just a bill. And even any one bill can be subject to multiple amendments at the committee level. And then those amendments get squished together and turned into a committee amendment. I mean, isn't that how it works?
I know that can occur. If we're going to come forward with numerous amendments for all these bills, we're going to be and if we're going to take action by the end of Thursday next, we're going to have that amendment number. And so we're going to have to then trip across to legislative services and try to mesh everything together. I don't know, given the nature of some of the committees having bills that have 15 or so parts to them, which they're in the process of trying to put together too. I don't know if LSR could absorb all this as we get close to the final date here.
Right, but if we bring in a single amendment, people might have different feelings over. I mean, it's sort of like an all or nothing. I mean, I think someone might think that, look, let's amend out section 4. I mean,
well, that's exactly what we've got, an omnibus bill. That's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, so someone might agree with amending out section 4, but not agree with amending out section 1.
And we're all going to experience that with HB 2, aren't we?
Right. But I mean, there could be an amendment that just deletes section 1. And there could be another amendment that talks about the changes in the coach transport thing, what Alicia and Steve are working on. And there could be a third amendment that amends out section 4. And people might vote differently on those 3 amendments. And then ultimately what passes as an amendment gets combined into a single committee amendment. And I think that happens, maybe Jen can explain how that happens. I don't know.
Hey, Jen, are you hanging around?
I am.
Okay.
Are you there?
Have you been listening the latter part of the discussion here?
Yeah. And it's really the committee's prerogative. You can bring in an amendment that amends multiple sections, or you could go and kind of treat it more like each part is its own bill, which, it sort of is in our minds at least, and do it like Representative Luno described. That is what we did in judiciary.
Yeah, I understand that, Jen. When judiciary had all the separate amendments done, how did they arrive at the final action? Did they have a combined amendment of all those amendments and into one, and then amend the bill?
Yes. what they did is they went through all the proposed amendments. The amendments that passed came into one motion at the end. So it would be ought to pass with amendments A, B, and C. And that's the package that had to be voted on ultimately. And then we combined and got the committee amendment that combined those A, B, C, D.
So you made a motion to approve A, B, and C. And then your final, after you've done all those amendments, you made those motions to part 1A and whatever. Then at the end of when you're done, was there a motion to ought to pass or ought to pass such and such bill with A, B, and C, or was A, B, and C consolidated into D?
In this instance that I'm describing, they adopted all of the amendments and we requested a consolidated amendment after the fact. I think it's ideal to get the consolidated amendment ahead of time if you have the luxury of doing that, but I know it would take a long time to wait. So you can do it either way.
So it's an accepted process then to move separate amendments and then make a final motion to amend the bill, ought to pass, with ABC.
Yes, provided that those amendments are all compatible.
And combined into one amendment, does legislative services then take A, B, and C and make them D?
Yes, because in the calendar and on the floor, you'll need just the one amendment number. So we would contact.
That's exactly how I see it. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jen.
Sure.
So I guess we have the option of doing it that way as well, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think, honestly, I think on some of these bills, there may be amendments that you know, different people are going to feel different ways about. So I think this is the, I think that's a good way forward. And I'm not talking about it on a, you know, party line basis, but even on a bipartisan basis, people could feel different ways about different things. And certainly, you know, we feel there may be amendments that we want to offer during the exec that might not have made their way into an upfront you know, a committee amendment that was done prior to the exec session.
Okay.
So just to clarify, using your example, Rick, where you have amendment A, B, and C on this particular omnibus bill, once those amendments A, B, and C are passed, then does the legislative services have to come back with a renewed omnibus bill, or do those?
What they're going to do now is they're going to, we're going to make a motion to approve 147, for example. And we have three as amended with, might be only A and C, or it could be A, B, and C, or A, B, whatever. And then we make that motion, and it would also, then what I understand that when it gets legislative services, they'd be combining A, B, and C, whatever the ones we approved, into one amendment for 147.
So, and then the House will consider that amended omnibus bill.
That's exactly right. As one, just like we would do HB2.
Yeah. We don't have to come back as a committee and vote on that amended omnibus bill because we've done it on a part by part basis.
That's right. According to what Jen just said, and according to what we've done in the past, you don't have to come back. You just have it.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Is that your experience, Representative Porter?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is that we're about 5 minutes after 12 here, or 11:59 on my computer. I'd like to take a little break here. I've been out of this chair for a little bit and visit the washroom, but also get something to eat and then come back and move on to 148. And 135, we also have SB 19 we have to address. SB 19 was the Signum bill. And I don't know, we haven't done, did you do 44?
Yes.
That you did. Okay, so Signum, that was one when we did with the two previous bills at the very beginning. It was 20 and 24, I believe, and 19. And we passed two of those ought to pass, but we were in a mode, I was in the mode to retain 19 at that time. Since then, we've seen the Signum bill, our Signum bill came from this side, go to the Senate. It's now been passed by the Senate. It's an enrolled bill right now. So SB 19, it could be taken care of very quickly. So what I'd like to do is take a break here and come back. How long do you need for lunch, everybody?
Well, one place in the house.
What?
We have to go outside.
Yeah, we gotta go outside.
45 minutes to an hour.
45 minutes.
How about, because there's nothing served here in the cafeteria. They got to go outside, find something to eat. Can you do it in 45 minutes or is an hour better?
Come back at 1.
1 o'clock.
You want 45?
Ralph said 1:30.
Ralph said 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
That's why they have brown bags, Rick. That's why they make brown bags. You bring your lunch with you.
I'll tell you that. Representative Woodcock, I got a plastic brown bag.
The sign says no eating.
Okay.
I'm going to eat here anyways. You go find something to eat. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch, Representative Ladd.
Next door.
Sorry, I'm gonna go. I don't like to do it.
Next.
Jan, are you muting the
Next
rail?
door to it.
Are we off?
I'll go check.
I can mute it right now, yeah.
Thank you.
Marjorie.
Good afternoon, Sue. Arthur. So did you go out and hit a bucket of balls for lunch, Sue?
I did not. It's putter day.
What you need, Sue, is the Dave Pell's Truth Board, which is a
Ooh.
putting which is a putting device that I've been using for years. Unfortunately, it hasn't helped my putting at all.
Hey, Mel, the way you fix your putting is have the pencil with a big eraser.
That's
When you
true.
go back to the, when you go back to the scorecard.
That's true.
My yard is starting to look like Chuckster's. I have a putting mat out there. I have a chunk of AstroTurf that I can chip my foam balls off of. So I'm thinking about charging an admission fee.
Well, you're really getting into this thing, Sue. This is good.
This is what the pandemic has done to me. I cannot wait to be outside always.
Well, what I do is, as you know, I walk the golf course. I don't ride in the golf cart, unless I've got a guest. But, I'm always reminded of Will Rogers' quote that golf is a good walk spoiled.
No kidding.
But I view golf as kind of like, it's instead of going to the gym, I go walking. So that's what I
Right,
do.
exactly.
You make several stops along the way in your walk, Mel?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, you know, if you walk 18 holes, you figure it's about 5 miles.
Right.
Yeah, so it's.
That's because you're walking straight down.
Well, that's assuming you're going straight. So me,
Yeah,
I'm
for
probably
me, you
walking
do.
more like 8 miles.
It'd be 10 for me, yeah.
Me, I just walk around my garden,
Well, that does it too.
hauling down bittersweet vines and all of that kind of stuff.
Hey, Elise, you got a pencil there?
Yes, I do.
603 356
603 356
2904.
2904.
That's my landline. My cell phone doesn't work at the house.
I just told Rick I've got to get off at 3 o'clock because
my
we're
God.
celebrating the 50th golden anniversary of the 18-year-old vote, and I played a premier role in that when I was in Washington, D.C. in 1967. So the New Hampshire Civics Organization has pulled together a thing to celebrate that, and both Rennie and I, plus some of my older colleagues that were there with me, are going to be on too. So it should be kind of fun.
You're going to be in costume, Mel? You're going to be dressing up as 18-year-old?
No, this is the costume. If you can believe it, this shirt I'm wearing now is the shirt I wore 10 years ago when I did an interview for the 40th anniversary of it. So.
Good luck,
I still have some old hippie beads I can loan you if you want, Mel.
I'm hoping we're done by 3 as well, since I have a trustees meeting.
Did you see them?
Yeah, very nice, thank you. Yep, yep. Yeah, it's right on the bottom.
I don't know who's talking, it was not me.
See,
I have bees now, so I like going out and walking down to my bees and sitting with them.
Well, good for you. Those bees, we need to go have those bees out there, at least. That's
No, that's just.
Okay, folks, can everybody hear us?
yeah.
He loves doing.
I've just been informed by Ralph that he's here so we can start.
That's important.
That's right, important component there. Okay, so we will go ahead. I understand that you gotta be out of your mail by 3 o'clock, so.
Yeah, but I mean, others might want to be there. I just have to get out. That's.
I'm with you, Mel, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, me too.
Chit chat to a minimum.
Yeah, well, keep all the chit chat down according to Deb, but where'd you get that 10-year-old shirt, Mel? My gosh, longevity to it.
Well, the thing is, when you've got like 50 golf shirts, you don't have to wear them every day. So it's, I've never met a golf shirt I haven't liked, so.
He only uses it once a decade, Rick, it's not worn out.
Yeah. Some things are just made forever. So let's go on. I better open my video here. Okay, geez. Okay, so the first bill we're going to do this afternoon is SB 148. That is another omnibus bill. It has 5 parts. The first part of that bill is the vocational rehabilitation, vocational rehabilitation. Let's see, what is it? Vocational rehabilitation. Any discussion on part 1?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have my hand up if I could.
All right, Representative Porter.
One of the pleasures that I've had being a legislator is chairing the New Hampshire Commission on Deafness and Hearing Loss for a number of years. And so when and my co-chair was Dee Clanton, who is in charge of the vocational rehabilitation section of the DOE. He's also a member of the deaf community. And I know that community is really underserved. The state, compared to other states, doesn't do for its deaf citizens what other states do. So when I was looking over this bill before we met this morning, and I saw that there was a section repealed, and I saw that the first section was RSA 200C7, which had to do with telecommunication equipment. I looked up the section, and sure enough, it has to do with assistant in telecommunications and other assistance to people who are deaf or hard of hearing. And I was concerned. I don't know enough I wasn't here for your hearing, so I don't know what was discussed. But I was just wondering if there had been anybody here from that commission to talk about this deletion, or if that commission had been consulted at all with this repeal, about this repeal.
Representative Porter, I also went and looked up all these sections and I saw the same thing, and it really has a lot of impact in the classroom. So do we have anybody, Deb, that's from DOE here?
Go ahead.
I'll put my hand down so you don't catch me again.
Mr. Appleby, or I'm not sure what part of. I don't see anybody.
Okay,
You
let's
could raise your hand.
Well, let's bring Steve up. And,
Natasha,
pardon me?
Natasha Lupiani. She
Yeah,
raised her hand.
She works with,
Okay.
Okay, bring Natasha up then.
Thank you, Natasha, coming to education. Thank you, Natasha.
Are you there, Natasha? Natasha?
Still muted.
Sometimes when you promote someone, it disconnects them and it takes a while to get back on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Natasha.
So I'm actually covering for Diana Fenton right now. She's at an appointment, so I'm taking the notes for her. So your question was for.
Do we have somebody over there, Natasha, at DOE that can help us out with this vocational rehabilitation portion of SB 148? We're seeing in the first area that's been deleted relative to telecommunications equipment, and that's right in the classroom. We'd like to know why that's being deleted. If it's being placed elsewhere, that's fine, but we just need further clarification.
So if you give me just a minute, I will see if I can get Lisa Hatz from Voc Rehab. And
okay.
hopefully answer some of those questions.
I do know that put back in under Roman numeral 2, it says procedures for the purchase, maintenance, and repair of special communications equipment. I'm not sure why they rearranged it like they did, but.
Well, from the way I read it, it looks like these provisions are taken out of law and given the authority to for these sections is given to rulemaking in the DOE. So it's taking away from us the ability to regulate these things and giving it to the department. And so that would, if I'm reading what you said, Representative Lekes, correctly, that's where section lines 14 and through 19 come in on page 2.
Right. I'm just not sure why they did that.
I tried to reach Representative Pearson, who is now the current chair of that commission, but I haven't been able to reach him. There's no one.
I'm trying to get Lisa. I don't know if she'll be able to hop on immediately, so I don't know if you want to move on to the next part and come back to this.
Okay, the next part in this bill is dealing with career technical education. It's a different area. So is she not in the building, or?
She's going to sign on in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mark Pearson calling me now, so I'm going to take his call.
We have a Lisa Henson hat. Is she the person that we wanted to bring?
Let's see.
Yeah, that is her. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Lisa. Thank you for joining education.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for having me. How can I help you?
Okay, Lisa, this is Representative Ladd in the Education Committee. We are looking at a Senate bill now that came over, has 5 different parts in it. The first part, part 1, deals with vocational rehabilitation. And within Senate Bill 148, part 1, certain statutory references to telecommunications equipment, right down through relative administering the telecommunications equipment program. And it appears to put the rulemaking for vocational rehabilitation services into part 2 of this bill. We'd like to just know why, for example, why the elimination of RSA 200C7 relative to telecommunications equipment. That's the first part that's been deleted.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Representative Ladd, and for the committee. So this, interestingly, when our statute had been updated in the past, this was moved to the Governor's Commission on Disability, this particular program, the telecommunications program, and it actually has its own set of administrative rules with the Governor's Commission on Disability. So it was just not eliminated from our statute when it was moved.
Okay, where was that statute moved to then?
Let me just look in my email. I may have a reference. If I can't find the reference immediately, I will certainly ask Chuck Saya for that. Find it for you guys. Let me just see if I might have it close at hand. I'm not seeing it real quick, but I will be able to get it for you fairly shortly, Representative Ladd.
Okay, then in looking at underneath that particular statute, there's a number of other areas within that same section of law, chapter of law, that are also being deleted. Are they all going to another location under the Governor's Commission?
No, so the Personal Services Care Worker Program, we're not actually sure where that landed. As long as I've been around, which is about 18 years, that has not been a part of our current program. And we reached out to the Governor's Commission as well as Health and Human Services Department, and they had no record of it either. So this, I'm not sure how to address that. And we talked about that, when we were preparing this, is, should that question come up, it's tough because it just seemed to kind of disappear.
Oh, wow.
Rep. Allison has his hand raised.
Is Art got his hand up somewhere? Yeah. Art Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Art.
Good to connect with you. I have a sort of a similar question about C13, which is repealing. This says relative to insufficient funds. I guess my question is, what is the impact of that on and where, what's the impact of repealing that going to be on the program?
Okay. Let me just bring up the language. I apologize that I was not on the committee meeting to address these issues right away.
Okay, there's only one senator that's a prime sponsor on this bill too, that's Senator Ward. So obviously it's something that came over from DOE as
Yeah.
or something such as that. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just get a phone call from Representative Pearson. He knew nothing about this change. This is the first that he's heard of it. So I'm just concerned. I don't know why, if it was put in and it was covered under the Commission for Disabilities, why the Commission on Deafness and Hearing Loss wouldn't have been aware of that, number one. And number two, why then the Department of Education still has rulemaking authority over eligibility for equipment for deaf and hard of hearing people. I'm just feeling very nervous about this.
I think a number of us have questions regarding what's going on here. Representative Likens.
Yeah, going through this, kind of trying to follow the take this out, put this in and whatever, it looks like the only real change that's happened is that they got rid of the procedures for disbursement of monies from the program established under RSA 200C7, and that it changed, it had 1, 2, and 3, and they redid it so it now has 1 and 2, and 1 and 2 were the old 2 and 3. But it's done in a really weird way. But that seems to be the end result.
Is there somebody still there from the department?
Lisa's there.
Yeah, I'm still here, Representative.
Obviously, this committee has some concerns on this. We've heard the bill. I don't know if I heard at that time specific rationale for some of the deletion of these items here or moving around. What we'll need to have is that it's, without some good reasoning, I think it's going to be very difficult to go anywhere with this bill. Unless we get something back from DOE saying it's cleanup and it's over here or there, or it's being handled by not the Commission for Disabilities, somebody else, whatever might be going on. But I feel like a little bit in the dark here.
I understand, Representative Ladd, and I will work on specific rationale for each area of the VOC rehab piece today and try and get that back to you today.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. If you, we're going to be here online for at least to 3 o'clock, right, Mel? And if you can get anything by then, would you just join in or put your hand up as an attendee, and we'll pull you back in.
Yes. Yeah, and I will also, Representative Ellison, I'll also respond to your the question around the insufficient funding section as well. So I'll try and get all my ducks in a row by 3.
Thank you very much.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye. Representative Woodcock, you got your hand up still?
Well, no, I was going back to my notes, Representative Ladd, and all my notes have for that is the bill was developed by DOE, and at the hearing they said it was administrative changes only. There was no depth to the testimony.
Exactly what I have too. And that's the confusion. We, need a little bit more than that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Part 2. This section of this bill is relative to career and technical education. I have a few areas which I've made some changes on. Would you like me to go through these areas first?
Yes.
Okay. Going down, let's see, let me get the same format you have up there. Okay, on the first part of this bill, I really don't have anything beyond what they have in terms of expansion or replacement. That's all fine. I do though have, under, let's see, number 3. See, I'm dealing with a different format you guys are. It's a place where it says career and technical education consistent quality shall be equally available to students across the state. Where is that?
Page 3, number 2, maybe? And
Number 2,
number 3, I'm sorry.
number 3.
Career and technical.
That's the transportation costs. That'd be the next area. But I just have a sentence in working with Eric Farworth where I add in New Hampshire students are encouraged to access career and technical education to learn and apply technical, academic, and employability skills needed for career and life. That was just an opening prefix just before we get to the section that says career and technical education transportation. This is an area which has some major changes in it. I'm going to read it to you as I have right here. So go to the section of the bill that deals with transportation. Can everybody find that?
I think that's on page 3.
188E8.
Yeah.
Okay,
Line 7.
so it starts off, the Department of Education is authorized to reimburse. Okay, I'll read that sentence. The Department of Education is authorized to reimburse from its regular budget the full cost, full's in the bill, of transportation. And working with Dave Waters, subject to availability of funding has been added in. For A, regional career and technical education students who attend regional career and technical education centers, and for B, at-risk students who attend alternative education programs located at regional career and technical education center or other comprehensive high school. Transportation costs shall not exceed the rate adopted pursuant to RSA 541A by the state board. Next sentence, there's some changes here. Instead of the sending district, it's the student's resident district. The student's resident district. We're getting into the issue of Nashua, Exeter, and Manchester. The student's resident district shall be responsible for providing transportation and paying the transportation costs and shall then be reimbursed from state funds. And then a new sentence is added here. If a student is permitted to self-transport, the student's resident district shall reimburse the student in accordance with rules adopted pursuant to RSA 541A and shall then be reimbursed from state funds. What that sentence does, it takes what's in education rule already, and that's happening in high schools, where you may have 1 or 2 kids who want to go to the CTE center in the afternoon. Rather than taking a bus, they may drive their own vehicle. If they're going to a location which is not in the same high school that they are, a resident student. The state reimburses those kids right now 25 cents per mile. It goes to the school, then to the individual. That's in rule right now. But the rule in law right now doesn't have any statutory reference. And so what we're trying to do is get statutory reference. Some kids are going to the CTE center, not going, and for example, I'll use mine, for example. It's in Bradford, Vermont. After they finish school at 3 o'clock or 3:30, they can and go to on-the-job apprenticeship type programs right there in Bradford. They don't go home. They go home by way of their own vehicle, rather than having a bus come pick them up at a separate time when all the buses go out. This is being done throughout the state. So what we're trying to do is account for how we can provide transportation services in Manchester or Exeter or Nashua, where the center is on the opposite side of the city, but the kids still have to be transported in a safe manner. The school district gets no transportation reimbursement right now for that because they're not the sending district. They're the resident district. So this would allow all districts to be supported with this. Now, the cost, somebody's going to say, what about the cost for this? right now we spend the amount of money which school districts are reimbursed for transportation services back in 2020 was $680,000 for the state. The actual cost for transportation was $2.6 million. So we're basically $2 million short on even paying the actual costs right now. What this bill would do, it would put into print in the statute saying that you all are going to be receiving this money. Now, it depends upon what is put in the budget by finance. I know there's an effort right now to consider on the Senate side additional dollars if they can find that revenue to support transportation of kids to CTEs. They're looking for that $2 million. So that takes through that
Mr.
portion.
Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair? So I just want to be clear in my head, Manchester will start now getting reimbursed, like transporting students from West High School to the School of Technology and back.
It would be so based upon the effective date of this part of the legislation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the career technical education directors, when we tried to do this, when I was on the advisory council for CTE, they were not supportive of it simply because we're taking that pot of money and now spreading across more students. So any questions on that principle? Or,
So you have that language written, Rick, that you could send it to us so we could look at it?
Yes, I will. In fact, for this part of the bill, I'll send it all to you because I've gone through all of this with Eric Forworth at the department and gone through it with the senators that put forth this legislation. They're all.
I do have a question at the beginning. It's more a procedural question. The under Part 2, 1B, where it talks about private schools and homeschool students. The question that I have is that, let's say I have a student from Hopkinton who is going to Proctor Academy and is a resident student at Proctor Academy, but wants to take a part of the CTE program at Concord High School. Where does the transportation for that student come from? I'm assuming that the transportation will come from Hopkinton High School and not from Proctor Academy to get that student to the CTE program. Am I correct in that? I'm just, again, it's a procedure. I'm not debating the merits of a private school or homeschool. I'm really concerned about making sure that the school district doesn't have to change their transportation system to get students from the resident high school to the CTE program. Am I correct in assuming that?
I wouldn't assume anything, Mel.
Okay. For
For
example, I'll just take it. I'm assuming that the homeschool student still has to come to the high school and not be picked up at their home to be taken to the CTE center. In other words,
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Because I don't want the school district to have to set up special programs for students who may not be in that high school as they go from the high school to the CTE center.
Or as Glenn just mentioned, they could self-transport.
They could do that. They could, yeah.
So I think what we need to do is on the private school transportation, we need to call Dave Waters or Eric Farworth. Is Eric on the line here on this?
I don't see his name on here.
As attendee. Is anybody from the department there? I see Steve Appleby.
Natasha still.
Yes, I'm gonna reach out to Eric right now to have him join.
Okay, so if we could have Eric, that'd be great.
Here he is. What else? Okay. Would you like me to remove
No, leave Natasha on. We'll get Eric too.
Here he is. There he is.
Are you there, Eric?
Yep.
Good afternoon. I decided to listen in, and as I listened in, it said, "Hey, we need to go find Eric." So
Exactly right, Eric. We're part 2 of the SB 148 right now, dealing with career technical education, the changes we've worked on. We have, if a student attends a charter public school, private school, or is homeschooled, transportation for the private school kid. What happens if they're, like the example was given by Representative Myler at Proctor Academy, and they want to go elsewhere to Concord Regional or Concord CTE Center? Who pays for the transportation? Is it the academy, or is it Hopkins, or who?
So historically, from our understanding, the private schools or the charter schools have always provided transportation for the kids who've attended CTE centers. If the students are able to get to their traditional sending high school, the public high school, in time to catch the bus, they could do it in that way. If the student self-transports, they can work with their home school district for the reimbursement of the 25 cents per mile, but it would be calculated from the public high school to the CTE center, not from whatever charter school or private school they're attending. So there's really never been anything really clearly written about it. And I would imagine because so few students have ever participated from those groups, and we're trying to recruit more from those groups.
Right. Yeah. Eric, Eric is representing Myler. My concern is I have no problem with the private school or homeschool students going there. I just want to make sure that special arrangements don't have to be made by the school district to either pick up a homeschooler at home, right, or a private school, in this instance at Proctor Academy, sure, that would be an additional burden on the school district as far as transportation goes. That was my concern.
No, understood. And the way the transportation reimbursement rules are written, the state reimburses the school districts for transportation from the home high school to the CTE center, and it doesn't allow for sort of roundabout stops.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
In rules. Any other, we have more questions for you, Eric. Don't go.
Sure. I'm not going anywhere.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is, again, another ignorant question because I don't know your field very well. Under the current law or under this bill as it stands, who pays the tuition to the Career and Technical Education Center for the private school student or the homeschool student or the charter school student?
It's a great question, and it's not an ignorant one at all. Very few people know the answer to this. The state pays up to 75% of the tuition, and the student's resident homeschool district pays the remaining 25% plus. So regardless of where their private school is or charter school is, if they physically live in Bow and they attend the CTE center, then the city of the Bow School District will receive that bill.
25%.
25%.
Eric, could you go through that, please? I don't think many people understand the 75-25 and the transportation coming out first. Sure. And tuition.
Yeah. So currently there is $9 million set aside in the Education Trust Fund for tuition and transportation for CTE reimbursement. And through the rules, the transportation portion is paid first. And right now that is reimbursed at 10 cents per mile per kid if it is done on a public school bus, or 25 cents per mile if the student is given permission to self-transport. As part of this legislation, we are actually asking for that transportation to be changed to actual cost for the school district because they are losing upwards of $1.5 million in transportation costs. Regardless, whichever way this happens, once the transportation is paid for, there is a pot of money left to cover tuition. It is then, we take the number of students that are from sending school districts, divided into that pot of money, and that determines how much the reimbursement cost is per student. And that is what is sent to the CTE Center for the number of students that are on from sending schools. And it is up to 75%. That's always the goal. We never quite make it there. But initially, a school district will receive a bill for 25% of the tuition. And then once all of the state funds are expended, if that didn't cover the 75%, the sending school districts will receive a supplemental bill to cover that last difference.
Any questions on that, folks? The transportation, I mentioned earlier to them, I took the figures you gave us from 2020, where the reimbursed amount was $680,000, and the actual cost was much more.
It was almost $2 million more.
Yeah, 2.6 is what I said. So there is a huge difference there of about a couple $1 million. Now, if we expand this to include Exeter, Nashua, and Manchester, we're going to either have to put more bucks into that, the 9 million, or else districts are going to get less money for transport, for the whole. It's going to be spread out more ways.
Correct, and I agree. And the transportation was short about 2 million from fully funding it, and the tuition was short about 3 million from fully funding it. So overall, the 9 million was phenomenal start, but if we were to reimburse all of the schools, pay all the schools 75% and fully fund transportation at last year's student numbers, the account was $5 million short. And I can tell you that this year coming up, although we're excited about it from this end, is most of our CTE centers are over enrolled. The applications went through the roof. An example I can tell you is Hudson School District, which this year has 85 students from sending schools, accepted 200 sending school students for this coming year. And most of our other school districts are reporting something very similar, and they're now actually having to do lotteries to determine which kids can come into CTE because they received more applications than they have seats.
Yeah, that's a real problem. So I think that the legislation that's put forward is a step forward. We've got to get finance to agree with us. In the Senate, I've spoken with folks on the Senate side, and if they can find additional dollars somewhere, I've asked that it be directed in this area. We are really hurting for technical education. But gaining students, and our students, when you take the achievement scores, those kids in CTEs just equate either at or above the level of those who don't go to CTE. So we're missing something here. Representative Porter.
I'd like to get back, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to get back to what Representative Myler said earlier about, and the example that he used was a student that was going to Proctor Academy and wanted to go to a CTE, and who would pay for the transportation, but also who pays the tuition to the CTE. And I just looked up the cost of a private school tuition at Proctor Academy is $59,000 a year. So is the state picking up 75% of the tuition cost for a student going to Proctor Academy? And the school district is taking the other 25%? Is that how this works?
Oh, the state is covering 75% of the CTE tuition. So each of the CTE centers identify the cost of the CTE education. At their CTE center. It's based on the average cost of educating the student at that high school is where the CTE, so that is the 75% that they're covering, not of the private school, of just the 90 minutes per day that they're at the CTE center.
So the private school student basically gets that, the state pays for that for everybody, not just private, not just public school kids.
Correct. Anybody coming from a school that is not their home school. For example, Concord has a CTE center. So if a student attends Concord High School, no money changes hands. But if a student attends any other high school in the region and goes to Concord for CTE, the state covers that piece to reimburse Concord for educating the child.
Thank you.
Sure.
And the cost for tuition at all these CTE centers, all 20 plus, is different from center to
drastically different.
Very much, thousands of dollars difference. Okay. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. As long as we got you here, Eric, I'm interested in what you said about the volume of people coming this year and having to do somewhat of a lottery. What has the advisory council concluded as a result of that, and how might they, or what are they recommending as far as expanding the CTA centers to accommodate the renewed interest in this program?
So sure, it just literally just came up in this past month's meeting because the applications for the CTE centers were all due in March. So this was very new information. Honestly, the CTE centers expected lower numbers. And they expected lower numbers because of the coronavirus pandemic. Nobody was touring CTE centers. So they didn't expect this. But because of it, all of the centers created virtual tours. So what we believe is more students were actually able to virtually tour CTE centers than were able to in the past, and suddenly discovered it was available to them. And so this was an extremely unexpected turnaround. We had already been talking about options, and it came from the study that the consultants did around equitable access and looking for other options. And several of our centers have started what we're calling CTE After Dark, which is offering additional CTE courses starting at 2:30 in the afternoon. And it allows students, most traditionally from the host high school, to utilize the seats afternoon, and that opens up seats in the daytime for more sending school students to come in. So there's 2 or 3 of our centers that had been experimenting with it in past years, and we'll be expanding it for this coming year. But on top of that, we are actively open for other options. We are looking at the opportunities of potentially expanding CTE into non-CTE centers. VLAX is offering for the first time a 100% online cybersecurity CTE program starting in September. And so we'll be continuing to look at other options. So Representative Mylar, we're open to ideas and support from anybody of other places and other ways we can expand CTE without substantial costs. So, we're not going to be able to open an auto program at every high school, but we might be able to expand some of the business programs or technology programs into comprehensive high schools that don't require specialized equipment.
Thank you.
Are you going to be with us a little bit further here, Eric?
I can stay as long as you need.
Okay, good. Just so the folks out there and not with us here, we know that the tuition at Rochester is $3,100. We know that in Berlin, the tuition is $7,300. So there's big differences between center to center. As we move down through this particular bill, there's one area that I had a question regarding myself, even after working with you on this. I'll get to the page here. There's a section where we deleted the fact that that in this section, qualified means the project accepts students from sending schools. That's been deleted. Can you explain to me why that why in this section qualified means the project accepts students? Wouldn't it accept students from sending districts, schools?
So yes, so there were some editing errors on our end and how we were interpreting it. We wanted to leave that line in. The reason we had originally requested to take out that receiving from sending school is because several of our CTE centers don't have designated sending schools. Portsmouth is an example of that. And so the way we were reading the legislation was because Portsmouth doesn't have any sending schools, they wouldn't be eligible for the renovation funds. However, when the commissioner read our notes, he said, well, if a student from Dover requested to go to Portsmouth, wouldn't Portsmouth accept them? Because they have a program that Dover didn't offer. And I said, yes. He said, well, then they are willing to accept receiving students. So we had asked to no longer remove that line from the bill.
Oh, good, because I did put it back in my copy. It looked crazy to me.
Yes, no, we did. So it was absolutely just however people were reading it, the interpretation. We didn't want Portsmouth or North Conway or soon to be Plymouth to miss out on the renovation funds because they didn't have sending schools. But all of our schools are officially receiving schools because a student can attend any CTE center if the one near them doesn't have the program that they're interested in or it's full, or let's say that they are a Concord student, but they're going to a private school closer to Plymouth, they could attend the Plymouth CTE Center instead of the Concord one. So,
okay.
So yes, please put it back in.
Okay, well, in my copy, it's up to the committee, but we'll give it a shot.
Thank you.
And the other area that I've changed a little bit, in one section, you're talking about STEM courses, career and technical education courses is in bold. And then after that, STEM, capital STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And STEM related courses that are fundamental and necessary for success in post-secondary education, career pathway opportunities, and to meet. When I was on the council with Steve Rothenberger and you and the rest of them, we had talked about, Steve had always talked about the necessity to have communication skills, the kids to have the opportunity to take a writing class just as much as it is to take something in the area of technology. So we are trying to open it up to more than just STEM, to those other communication skills, which are so important for those going into these skilled areas. Does that agree with what you're thinking as well, Eric?
I think at the extreme end, absolutely. What this piece was, if I am correct, is this is the accessibility to the scholarships for the dual enrollment or the Running Start classes, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So this was trying to provide a little more equity at the CTE centers, because we offer, say, business programs and marketing programs, which those students are enrolled in the Running Start and dual enrollment courses, but because they're not STEM related, those students weren't eligible, but the kid next door taking an engineering CTE program received the scholarship for the dual enrollment program. So this was Senator Waters had asked if we could edit this bill to include CTE programs on the broad scale of being eligible for the dual enrollment scholarship.
So those are the basic changes. We've added grades 10, 11, and 12. That was there in this bill. As we've done it for the high schools, wanted for a career tech ed as well. So are there any questions on this part from committee? Real important part of this bill. This is my favorite part of the bill. CTEs. Okay, well, Eric, wait a minute there, Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, and Representative Ladd, it's not for Eric, but it's about this part of the bill. It was dealing back with the full cost of transportation that you brought up before. I just had a question, so I don't know if you want to wait on it.
No, let's go ahead and ask the question.
Okay. If I recall what you said, that you'd edit it to a full cost of transportation subject to funding.
Yeah.
So if it's subject, if it seems to me like it doesn't work. It's either full cost or, based on how the state has done historically with things, subject to funding negates the full cost. So I mean, we put subject to funding in there, it kills it.
This change was made by when Dave was talking, when Senator Waters was talking with me, we understand finance, it's always going to be a struggle to get full funding. We can't get it in just about anything we do, from special ed to CTE to regular ed. So I'm not bound subject to availability of funding, but I'm sure that's what the finance people are going to end up doing.
Okay, just seems to me like it's sort of like a throwing up a Hail Mary here. I mean, or, we don't agree on it. Okay, thank you.
It's a fluty pass for sure, but let's hope that we can get the funding. It's absolutely necessary. We have, in a school we have up there, they're limiting the number of kids can go based upon the money they receive for transportation. And they only have so many slots. And that's kind of ridiculous, but it's reality too.
Oh, Rep. Cornell has her hand up.
Representative Cornell.
On my page 6, lines 10 through 13, about the guidance counselors doing career interest assessments, is there going to be some kind of guidelines statewide about that, or will that be up to, every school just to decide how they want to do it, or was there any thought to that?
Eric, you're still there.
So thanks. The guidance that the Department of Ed will be putting out will be around the definition of a career-ready credential, but the use of a career assessment tool and the advising that the school counselors provide is a local individual decision. At the department, we are providing a way to as a career assessment tool for any school district that's interested in using it, but that comes down to a local control decision.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Further questions of the department? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Eric. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you all again for all your support. Have a great day.
Is there anything else on part 3 or part 2? What part are we on? It's getting old.
Part 3 now.
Okay,
Is it okay?
ready to move on to part 3?
Yeah.
Good.
Rep. Ladd or Chairman Ladd, is it okay if I remove Natasha from the meeting?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, part 3 is requiring emergency action plans for sports related injuries. Right on the first line, I had a problem. My problem is that I'd like to see it read requiring emergency action plans for co-curricular related injuries and emergencies. We don't say sports here, we say co-curricular all through statute. We deal with that in terms of athletics, we deal with that in terms of theater, we deal that with anything that's co-curricular. And there's a definition for co-curricular. And the definition, which is in statute right now, I'll read it to you. Co-curricular shall include those activities which are designed to supplement and enrich regular academic programs of study, provide opportunities for social development, and encourage participation in clubs, athletics, performing groups, and service to school and community. I've also added in, I'd like to put a definition including intramurals. So the sports program we have is basically NHIAA, and that's high school and possibly the 8th grade if you have a small school where you combine your top level middle school kids with high school kids to make that division level team or that co-ed team, which is sports. So by co-curricular, we open it up to include anything usually from grades, middle elementary grades, intermediate levels, 3, 4, right up to grades 12. I'd rather not put down a 3 through 12. I just like to basically say in the next part, the local board board of each school district or the governing body of each non-public school shall establish an emergency action plan for responding to co-curricular related injuries and emergencies. So it's up to the local board of each school district to develop a plan. and wherever any of these things that are defined as co-curricular would occur. I put together my remarks here, and I'd like to just get this all emailed out to you so you can have a copy of it. I've made changes all the way through this thing. It'd be a lot easier if I could just email this to you. In fact, do you have it right now? Fine.
I think so.
We could email you a copy of this and you'd have it within 2 seconds. I'm a little hesitant in referencing a lot of organizations and associations and saying we will follow their, procedures, which those procedures can change. Then statute has to change, or it's just like we oftentimes do with fire codes. We identify a specific fire code so we don't have to, and we don't take necessarily the most recent or updated fire code.
Rick?
Yeah.
In that section where you were talking about including all co-curricular, before you had said something about all co-curricular and intramural activities. Is that what you were planning on putting in there?
In my copy, I just added intramurals in that list right after where it says athletics, intramurals, performing groups. They travel just as much as well too. And I think that there's got to be an emergency plan for all these types of activities.
Right. I was just making sure they were actually all going to be covered because, yeah, everybody should have an emergency action plan.
Yeah.
Rep. Ladd, we have an attendee with his hand raised, Tom Praisall. Prasol. Not sure if you are.
No, but let's try and get this out to everybody first. Glenn's trying to get this to you.
Chairman Ladd, while that's coming through, I thought in the testimony, the person who was presenting was talking about that this is primarily for grades 4 to 8, as the high schools already have these documentations, particularly for the sport piece. And as I'm looking at part 3, it's the whole part 3 is relative to sport. I mean, it's like seeming going way off and I'm not suggesting that the school building doesn't have emergency plans. It shouldn't not have emergency plans. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying, as I'm reading this, that whole part 3 was specifically for school sport, and they were focusing on middle school because the high schools already have the training, all those pieces applicable. I just wonder if we're not really going way beyond. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't modify it. It just seems like we're going way beyond the intent of what part 3 was supposed to be and why it was there, because the middle schools weren't doing it and they had the sports programs.
Yeah, middle schools usually have a combination of sports / intramurals, and it's intramurals usually at the elementary. In high school, it's usually sports and some intramural. You have elementary schools that are competing against other elementary schools sometimes with intramural programs. They're traveling. Those kids are just as susceptible to injury, or even if they're not traveling. So I don't know why we wouldn't have an emergency plan established to address all our students that are in co-curricular activity.
Well, I was, if I may, Rick, I'm not suggesting you shouldn't. All I'm saying is, will you open it up to all kinds of co-curricular activities in the school, and every organization is considered co-curricular, and as is intramurals, the science club is co-curricular, the auto shop club is co-curricular. Anything they do that has in the school that's during or after is co-curricular, if it's not curricular. So all I'm saying is I think we've gone way off course here as the intent of part 3. But I'm not suggesting there shouldn't be emergency plans in all schools. I'm just saying it just seems to me we've gone way off course if that's our thinking. That's all.
By part 3, it's basically just requiring action plans. And I don't understand why it's going away from the intent of part 3.
I'm saying because the art club doesn't have coaches, it doesn't have licensed athletic trainers, so all those types of things are identified in part 3, or identified for sport or intramural related athletic activities. So once again, the intent, I think, of this change or addition to the regulation was not for all co-curricular. I understand your concern for everyone having safety protocols. It's sort of like that bus with no rear exit. I understand that. All I'm just saying is it seems like we're going way off on this one. And maybe a better way to address it than try to rewrite the entire, take out coaches, licensed athletic trainers, NAIA. That's all. It seems to be we're on the right idea, right church, wrong pew.
I hear you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Woodcock, would it not be as simple if Representative Ladd put co-curricular in as opposed, co-curricular and intramurals as opposed to using the word sports, because sports is part of co-curricular and intramural activities? Wouldn't it be just as simple as putting employees, coaches, athletic trainers, and advisors? Because all of those co-curriculars and intramurals have to have advisors. So if you just added the word advisors, I think it would globally cover everybody.
May very well, Mrs. Palmer. Mullins.
He's a fresh one, Representative Ladd.
I hear that.
You feel free to discipline him at any point in time.
Well, I couldn't do it with some of my cousins that grew up in Conway. It's just a strange atmosphere up there. But the Burns had the shop in the woods up there in the north side of North Conway.
So I guess what I'm saying here, Representative, is that I agree with Representative Ladd that this would be a good opportunity to get emergency plans in for all student activities, not just athletics.
My concern is that you have various clubs and theater groups working after school hours, from getting ready for plays or theater, or there can be injury occur. And there's nobody else in the building, the school nurse is gone. So that's where I see that need. We don't identify anywhere in our statute. If you look at the military compacts or you look elsewhere in terms of homeschoolers coming and participating in athletics, we don't call it athletics or sports, we call it co-curricular program. And basically our co-curricular definition includes everything that I read with the exception of intramurals. And that's due to the fact we mostly reference to high school and upper levels of middle school. But now we're looking at everything going up that has this type of a program. Most likely, I had an intermediate school at one time, and the grades 4 through 6, very, very active intramural program. I think we'd miss something if we don't have some kind of, you might say for co-curricular shall include those activities which are designed to supplement and enrich regular curriculum programs of study, provide opportunities for social development, and then and encourage participating in clubs, athletics, and intramurals. Stop right there, but you wouldn't have your performing groups, which there could be issues. Dave, you have your hand up?
Yeah, Rick. Thanks for this. And I think these are all really good points and important points. I guess, I don't want to lose the baby on this one. And if starting with sports, gets it in, and we certainly didn't have a hearing on, other co-curricular activities, and what the impact would be on school districts. But if we're in agreement on sports, then I think we've got something in place with the Senate on that part. And if we do amend it, there's a risk we lose the whole thing. So, and clearly there's been a lot more, I think, incidences. I mean, I bet a lot of us have coached. I coached Alpine, assistant coached Alpine, here in Hopkinton for a bunch of years. And yep, I escorted kids with broken legs and stuff off. In fact, we were skiing at Blackwater over at Proctor Academy, and driving kids to Concord Hospital. So yeah, I mean, and clearly the stuff that makes news aren't the ski injuries; they're the football injuries. The heat stroke and some of the other things that are referenced in the language here. So I'm good either way, but I just don't want to lose it.
Well, we also have in the legislation that was given to us by the Senate, it speaks to grades 4 through 12. So we're talking about elementary school as well. It also goes down and addresses document the proper procedures to be followed when a student sustains a serious injury or illness while participating in school-sponsored sports or other athletic activity. Are we talking intramurals? You better start defining other athletic activity. The bill as it's written now, sports is governed by NHIAA. That's high school sports. Representative Woodcock understands and knows that. It does not govern middle school, 7th grade, or 6th grade, or 4th grade, or 5th grade. But this bill does address 4th through 12th. So what's being done at grades 4 and 12, I, as an elementary principal for years, can tell you that we've had, when I was a principal over in Rumford, Maine, we took our kids on competition all the way up to Rangeley, Maine. That's a hell of a ride, over the height of land and back down up to Rangeley. So we called them intramurals. So
yeah. So another question on this, Rick. Is this language that's being adopted in other states, and is it really providing a blueprint that the state and school districts can follow for sports 4 through 12? And if we do expand it right now, are we having to reinvent something? I mean, I'm just again, don't want to lose the ability to move quickly.
Well, I think
Rebecca has her hand up. I didn't know.
Okay, I think the answer to your question is, perhaps what you ought to do is that, I don't know if Glenn's got that out to you right now.
Yep.
Everybody should have it. You should look it over and see where you are in that. Okay, you've got all of 148, so you'll have the next part as well. There was, when we're looking at parts of this bill right here, the way it's written, I do have some real significant questions when you're sharing medical information with a coach. How are you doing it? Where are you storing it? Where's the coach keeping it? How confidential is it? Are we following HIPAA? Are we following FERPA? That's all important. And how much does a coach have to know? All the medical history of a student, where's it start and stop? That's in the amendment that you were sent by myself. I've tried to identify that. So I think the best way to do, because we could spend a lot of time here discussing this right now, I'd hope that you would have had this material earlier so you could look it over. So, Representative Likas.
Yeah, I did print it off now and look at it. I don't see that the changes are drastic compared to what the Senate did, and I can't see why the Senate would object to expanding from sports to co-curricular. And I will say there are plenty of other things you don't think about, like math club doesn't seem like it would be very difficult. Math club does travel for competitions, and I did have a case where a student ran into a door and split his head open. So, I mean, it's a stupid thing, but those things happen. So I'm just saying, you know, having a plan in place for whatever just makes sense. So I like the co-curricular. I think we should go with it.
Well, okay, just look this over. I don't think we're going to resolve anything today. It's a work session to try to provide folks areas which may be of concern, areas that are of strength. I think the whole concept is a good one. I think we need to tailor it though to what we need here in New Hampshire. I don't know how many athletic trainers there are in all the high schools.
43% of the schools don't have them.
I would say that's right. Yeah, it's probably about half. I know we don't have one up in Woodsville, and Woodsville has a pretty strong Division IV baseball team and athletic program. So I think it's important that coaches and the employees that are associated with it have this training. Want to go on to the next part?
Yep.
Yeah.
This should be easy part.
Representative Porter, you have your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to apologize. I'm going to need to leave the meeting, and I didn't want to just go blank on you.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you for letting me be part of your committee today, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thanks for joining us, Marjorie.
Part 5, relative to environmental science and outdoor, or 4. Part 4. Oh, definition of a private post-secondary career school. We're talking yoga. Remember that?
Yep.
I personally don't see a need for a Part N on it.
So Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Part N is the part that actually excludes the fitness training and recreational wellness facilities. And so if you take away N, then only such facilities that have an annual gross tuition of 100,000 or less are excluded.
Yeah. I don't have any ownership in any part of this bill.
Yeah, so I did get some correspondence from the folks who are representing the industry on this, particularly not only personal recreational wellness, fitness clubs, but also the industry that trains the instructors for these clubs, and they actually suggest just a minor change in N to, I think, address some concerns that Steve Appleby had expressed during the hearing, and that's basically replace the word instructional program, the term instructional programs in paragraph N with vocational instruction. And so it would exclude the fitness and wellness folks, because, that's really not, most people don't go to Planet Fitness for vocational training purposes. It's, to, work off whatever. And so it would exclude them. And then for the facilities that do provide vocational training, it would require them to have a surety bond if they meet the tuition threshold.
Okay, so you just basically scratch instructional programs and replace it with vocational instruction.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Two hands. Representative, Likens.
Yeah, since this is about providing a surety bond, aren't the only people we really care about providing a surety bond as those who take payment up front, as opposed to those who do it like on a weekly or monthly or whatever basis? And shouldn't we just be saying that those are the ones that need to put up a surety bond, those who collect, the fees up front? Because isn't that what we're worried about? If they go bankrupt or whatever, people should be able to get their money back. But if they haven't already paid the money in, then there's no money to be given back.
So that's in a different, if I can address that real quick, Rick, that's in a different part of the law. That's 188G:3. And so if you wanted to put some, change how that surety bond practice is done for all industries, then that's the place there. But for this, it's really just saying, as it pertains to fitness instruction, if it's vocational training fitness instruction, then and tuition's above $100,000, then you follow the surety bond procedure.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. But also, if you do not strike in, you are basically carving out a benefit for just fitness and wellness programs, rather than any career school with a tuition of under $100,000. You're excluding those from this legislation and requiring them to have a surety bond. Would we want to make it a little bit broader rather than a carve out for just these businesses?
Because I didn't think we were allowed to do carve outs for specific businesses.
Well, I think this one here is to eliminate the confusion that Stephen Appleby laid out, which is, all right, so instruction is instruction. Is the local at Planet Fitness, is that considered a something that should be regulated under the Department of Education? Because they provide fitness instruction, and I think clearly that's not what this level of what this vocational training chapter is designed to do. So what this specifically does is clear up any misunderstanding as it applies to fitness instruction, and makes it specific to vocational training. For training fitness instructors, and then sets the surety bond.
Hey, Dave, this is Senator Ward's bill. I'm sure she got it from DOE, and from is Steve Appleby still around?
Yes.
He's there.
Yep, he's got his hand raised.
Oh, he's got his hand raised?
Yep.
Well, let's bring him in.
Okay. Well, he just raised it. Welcome again, Mr. Appleby.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Steve. Are you listening to our conversation here?
Yes. Yes,
Tell
I am.
about-
What question can I answer?
I thought it was a carve out too, so that's why I was saying nix it. But if there's more to this, I'd like to know.
So just if I could answer that in one moment. I want to go back. It was mentioned before about schools that don't take tuition up front, that collect potentially a day of class. They're already exempted. So elsewhere in statute or in rule, we've already exempted schools that don't collect tuition up front. So they're covered. The addition of line N that we talked about during the hearing, if you were to strike that entirely, then there would be no issue from the standpoint, my understanding, the yoga schools who prompted this bill, that line N doesn't exempt them if they're over 100,000 in tuition. But because of its reference to fitness instruction, there is some question here at the DOE if that this almost expands our scope of licensure, which we're not in support of, obviously. So eliminating line N should still achieve what the yoga community was asking, which is that their smallest schools be exempted. And it exempts, by the way, 14 other small schools around the state who are in a variety of vocations. So that the line of 100,000 or less in tuition being exempt, that's fine. But that line N does make things a little wider and is a little bit concerning.
So you would not have a problem if we struck N?
No, not at all.
Are we talking schools or vocational programs or vocational? Are these schools?
So we call them, air quotes, schools. It's post-secondary education. And what we license are schools that are, that teach people a profession, something they can go out and earn a living with. Now, of course, that's a slippery slope, right? But the folks that we license are bartending schools, computer schools, dog grooming schools, where they actually teach a vocation to a student who can then go out and get a job with that vocation. We do have several hair, cosmetology type, massage type schools as well that are licensed. But in all of these cases, these are vocations that they're leading to. So if a school advertises that it teaches people how to an occupational skill, then they fall under this statute. And that's where the yoga folks initially ran into trouble, was they advertise that they teach people how to become yoga teachers. That's a profession. That's no different than any other school that teaches someone how to be a professional dog groomer, a professional bartender. So hence, that's why this is here. Is they had some heartburn over this issue.
Thanks, Steve. Are there any other questions for Steve from the committee?
Mullen.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Steve, for taking the question. So with regards to entities that do make over $100,000 a year, obviously the reason to have them take out a surety bond is so that there's protection for people that have paid tuition or whatever into the program. If we were to strike N, is that protection offered somewhere else in statute?
Well, N is actually new.
Okay.
So that's a new addition now. So it didn't exist prior to this bill.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Right. And Rick, and Steve, confirming, these are exemptions, right?
Yes.
These are exemptions from the
licensure requirement.
Licensure requirements for post-secondary career schools, and in the case of what's being discussed here, N are programs that don't have curriculum and things like that. So my understanding is that these fitness and recreational wellness programs do want to be exempted because they don't really feel like they fall under what's the private post-secondary career schools. And and let's see, I'm just sort of looking, I think there may be somebody from, that represents these folks that can certainly talk to it with greater familiarity. I think they might have their hand up.
A couple of hands raised.
I don't know if it's Amy or Tom. I mean, it could be Tom, could be Amy.
Okay, does anybody have any further from Steve here?
So Steve, I want to make sure I understand, if we take out N, M will still take care of the concerns of the people, the wellness and yoga instructors and whatever, all of them fall under M. And so we don't need N because M takes care of them. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. And in fact, as I've said, N widens the scope. M is very succinct. Any school with $100,000 a year or less of gross tuition is exempted from licensure. And because in N, you'll notice the 100,000 is there again. So in fact, N is almost redundant. M is any school of any kind. N is a specific category, a specific types of schools, but they still have the 100,000. So N also does seem redundant because M takes care of the issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rep. My constituent feels that any income, regardless of income, this is going to be a problem for them. So are you talking about taking out M as in Mary?
N.
Okay. So M would still put a restriction in there.
Yeah, it's very
She
clear.
feels would be
100 or 1,000 or less. That's a real clear line in the sand. Whereas the other sort of goes the other way with a carve.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how it can how M can or I'm sorry, how N Nancy can broaden it, given the fact you've already got M that is one restriction. N can only be further limiting. It can only be further limiting. It might be redundant, but I don't see how it can be read any other way.
Let me read it again to myself. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah. N is talking about these specific types of businesses, but with a gross income of over $100,000 will require a surety bond. But that provision, that necessity is already covered as stated at the end of the sentence in 188G:3, which requires the surety bond. So any entity per M, as in Mary, any entity with a tuition of under $100,000 is exempt, including these fitness programs.
So let's say you've got a local gym where there's somebody that leads a cycling class, and that local gym has 300 members, and the membership is $100 a month. So they have gross receipts of $400,000 a year. I don't think that would be uncommon for a local gym. They wouldn't be exempt under M, but they would be exempt under N, as in Nancy.
Steve.
Yes, actually, they would be exempt, Representative Luneau, already with the existing statute if the training, the classes they're conducting are avocational in nature. So if they're conducting spin classes, unless they're teaching people how to conduct a spin class as a profession,
right?
It's an avocational spin class, they're exempt already under existing law. So again, the point that I've been making with this part N as in Nancy is by specifically naming teaching fitness and recreational wellness and not delineating the vocational piece, which you mentioned earlier, we've widened the net, not restricted it. And whereas eliminating all of N, as in Nancy, would then revert to the current statute, which states that the education must be vocational in nature in order for someone to fall under that statute. So the spin class at the local gym, the fitness class in the park, the yoga class, those are already exempted.
So where's the disconnect here with the industry?
I think the industry has, I think they are hung up on the fact that although they advertise classes for people to become yoga teachers, they have been hung up on the fact that 90+% of their students never go on to do that. And those that do, it's a side job. They do it part-time or as a hobby job where they make a little bit of money. And many of the yoga studio owners, they have told us, even that is a side job. That's not their main source of income. Well, our statutes don't delineate primary sources of income and secondary. If you earn income from it, that's a profession, that's a vocation. Therefore, you fall under the current statute. So I think the disconnect is that although most of their students never pursue it as a profession, we don't have the ability at the department to distinguish or parse that. They advertise it as vocational training, therefore they fall under the current statute.
So a yoga studio that trains yoga instructors that has less than, more than $100,000 a year in gross receipts would fall under this DOE regulation.
Yes, provided three other pieces. One, they have a physical presence in New Hampshire, which makes sense, right? Two, that they collect tuition up front as opposed to day of class. And three, that tuition exceeds $800. So if they don't meet any one of those, they're also exempted. And by way of student protection, I think I mentioned this in my testimony, but we did have a precipitous closure in December of this past year that we had approximately 71 students at a nursing school that closed. And because of the bond, those students are now collecting refunds on their tuition.
Right.
So here we are, guys, gals. In or out?
Rick, can we just hear from, I think it might be Amy or Tom.
Let me see, who we got
Well, they
here?
both have their hand raised. Tom has had his hand raised for a significant portion of this meeting.
Okay,
Do you want me to bring him forward?
go to the top and work down.
Okay. Okay, so, Mr. Prasad, I'm gonna.
What are you doing, watching the Red Sox play?
No, he's watching up this hearing.
Quality control, quality control.
Mr. Prasad, you've been promoted. Welcome to education.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Praisall from Demers and Praisall. I actually had my hand raised in regards to Part 3 of the bill, as I represent the New Hampshire Athletic Trainers Association. We had worked with Senator Gannon on that piece of this omnibus bill, and I know the committee probably doesn't want to go backwards. However, I did want to say that we don't have a problem with expanding it to co-curricular activities. However, if there's a specific representative you'd like me to work with on the proposed amended language, I'm happy to do so.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you for being patient.
Is there someone you'd like me to reach out to get a copy and work with?
Look, I'll send you the copy that I have as a draft. How about that, Tom?
That's a great starting point. Thank you very much. And I believe Amy is with the Yoga Alliance, so she would be a good person to speak with on that portion of the bill.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Do you have Tom's email?
I do not, but I will get it. Amy, keep your hand up. Okay. Welcome to education. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for having me on. My name is Amy Ghosh. I'm an attorney for Yoga Alliance. I'm with the firm Pillsbury Winthrop. Just like to add some clarity. There was a question earlier about what's the disconnect with the industry. So let me walk through this a little bit. There's two provisions that are in consideration. We have M for Mary, which exempts, institutions that make under $100,000. And we agree, that's great for small businesses in any industry. But the reason why N is needed, N as in Nancy, from our perspective, is because we've experienced in recent months for the first time, certain types of advanced yoga classes being reached out to and asked to be licensed as career schools. And this turns on the type of yoga class that we're talking about. Within the yoga industry, and this is, or the community, I should say, and this is global, worldwide, and across the United States, high-level yoga classes are called yoga teacher training. That's a term of art in the community, right? It signifies a high-level class where you learn very high-level skills. But as Mr. Appleby mentioned, the majority of people are not taking these classes to make yoga their profession. And if they do go on to teach yoga, it's because they have a day job and they're teaching maybe a class a week, right? As something that is for them. It's a personal interest, it's wellness. And for this reason, these classes have been mischaracterized as career schools. It's not just the surety bond issue. There's also a host of other licensure requirements that are simply inapplicable to a school like this. They don't have grades, for example, right? It's not a traditional school environment with transcripts, et cetera, that would match up with what we think of as a career school. Now, as Mr. Appleby very eloquently put, the issue has been is the department doesn't feel like they can make a distinction based on the way the statute's currently written. They're saying our hands are tied. The way the statute is written, because you have the word teacher in your program, you're vocational. So the reason N is needed is to give an exemption to these programs, which really shouldn't be regulated as vocational schools, frankly, are not regulated in the majority of other states as vocational schools, and also aligned with New Hampshire law. The reason the second clause of N, the one that adds a surety bond for those schools that have more than $100,000 in revenue, is to align with other parts of the statute. We understand there are consumer protection concerns, and so we say, okay, maybe it's fair that those large schools provide a surety bond, but if they provide a surety bond under N, they wouldn't be subject to all the other licensure requirements that are a bad fit for a yoga program. So that's why N is needed as an individual standalone exemption. And I hope that brings clarity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Representative Likas.
You're muted.
Alicia, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I thought I'd already unmuted me. Thank you, Amy, for coming on and explaining that to us. I do have a question for you. If we just leave Mary in and take out Nancy, are there any yoga schools or instruction centers that would be caught up in that? Or would Mary take care of all of the schools that are concerned about this so that you wouldn't have to do, so that no yoga instruction schools would have to do any of this stuff?
Thank you. That's a really important question. So the answer is, I don't know, because I don't have an accounting of every yoga program or, quite frankly, programs that are aligned with yoga or similar to yoga in the state. But I think that if to operate and just say, well, M solves the problem, right? We're actually missing a separate issue, which is that these advanced yoga classes have been mischaracterized. So it means that we open the door in the future, if there is a larger program, for them to also be mischaracterized. So it would seem to be better to create clarity within the law about what the concept is of a vocational program, so that we don't have this issue outstanding going forward into the future.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. So, any further discussion on this? Anybody have it resolved in their mind? Everybody confused? Yeah. Okay, ready to move on to part 5?
So where do you want to go on that one, Rick?
How do you determine an instructional program? Who decides whether 80% of what we do here is for teaching teachers how to instruct? The other 20% is for, somebody come have an experience for wellness or to recreate.
Well, and the other part of that is she's talking about yoga, but it doesn't say that in here. It says fitness and recreational wellness, which is really a much bigger category. And I mean, that could even include gym teachers, which should fit under this. So, so I don't see that N fits what we're actually trying to fix.
Your thing, Representative Hobbs?
Yeah, Chairman Ladd, Mr. Appleby gave a list of 3 criteria. I can't remember the third one, but one was 800 plus for a class.
Yeah.
Being in New Hampshire, and then there was a third one. So you all will remember that a yoga person that I had attended a retreat. It was a one-time thing, $1,000 for the weekend, but it was a whole weekend, which included everything. She would fall under this. Am I not correct? She would be taxed or needed to get a license, pay the fees. So it's not necessarily a source of income for her. It's a one and done. Maybe she does it twice a year. I really don't know particularly, but I'm thinking about her as this is going.
It could.
Would she have had?
About that.
It could well be.
Would she have had over $100,000 from that in the course of a year?
Oh no, I think there were probably.
So M would take care of her, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
$1,000, you could go to Atlanta.
Let's not go there, okay, I know.
Yes, so Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like we have 2 issues here. In N,
we do.
we're casting a very wide net on the chance that any of these programs are large enough that the name teacher in the training program is going to cause a problem. Now, right now, this is a self-identified teacher training, and we're trying to change the statutes for more than just this yoga instruction because of a term of art. If this isn't currently a problem, then perhaps we should get rid of N and address this, look at it maybe for next session to figure out if there's a better way to make these things that are teacher style training. Maybe there needs to be some modification in how it's addressed in the term of art. And that's not really something to change the statutes for everybody else for this one chance to catch somebody in this problem.
Yeah, trying to distinguish between, what we get, going to that for a recreational purpose, or you're going to become an instructor, a teacher, who discerns that? Does the Department of Education, well, we have a DOE of one person that's not going to do that. And so then it's up to the individual entity to do that. And which way are you going to go? Are you going to go, well, maybe 60 here, 40 there? No, maybe 20 and 80, depending upon where I filter out in terms of what kind of benefits I'm going to get out of it. It seems very subjective to me. Yeah.
And it seems to be a bit of a consumer protection issue too. Perhaps people understand that teacher training isn't really teacher training, but this whole point is to protect people about what they may consider an investment in a career. So having that name in it could bring bigger questions. So I think that it doesn't seem like it's a current pressing problem right now. Getting rid of N and looking at this more comprehensively when we can actually meet in person and do this might make sense.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes, and M might solve the problem for all these yoga instructional programs that we discussed, and that we not heard the testimony of schools that have gross tuition of over $100,000.
Further discussion from anybody out there? So Dave, how you feeling about this right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that N as in Nancy is not talking about, Keene State, that's educating PE instructors. In fact, those schools that confer degrees are already carved out of this statute. So when you look at 188G, I don't know, 1, something like that, it already talks about that. I think N as in Nancy is pretty specific here when it's talking about, no, this is not talking about your local gym or fitness club, and it's not talking about organizations that teach yoga instructors to be yoga instructors. And unless if you're a big fitness company, like there are some like Les Mills and stuff like that, I don't know if they do any instruction in New Hampshire that take in more than $100,000, then you'd have to put up the surety bond. But otherwise you wouldn't be subject to the other licensing regulations. I don't see the harm in leaving it in. I mean, otherwise it's just, N as in Nancy, I don't think makes it subjective. I think it makes it very specific. Otherwise, you're going to have to dance around the other ones and, try to figure out, non-credit, non-degree granting authority, and get into, a fight over those things. So I think N clears it up.
Any other thoughts? Everybody here is sleeping.
I kind of go the other way in that N, I think, makes it more confusing, and I'd just as soon just see just M in, which yes would help other businesses other than just yoga instructors that may have nothing to do with fitness. But if they're not making that much, I don't see a problem anyways. But A-rate, to me, teaching fitness and recreational wellness is just a big category. And
Next. Well, we'll see next Thursday when everybody brings forth their amendments.
Yeah. So Rick, why don't we bring them forward both ways? If there's people that want N out, we can. I think everybody's saying leave Mary M as in Mary in, leave that one in, and have one without N, and have one with N with instructional programs changed to vocational instruction. And then we can hack through it during the exec.
Well, that probably will be the only way of resolving. So we'll leave Mike and November. We can leave it in and then take one November out. Yeah. Yeah. So let's move on. Yeah, I need some coffee here. Do you have some coffee out there? I'll take 4 milks in it. Okay, next part 5, relative to environmental and outdoor education. If you've received anything from myself, you just know that I'm looking this bill really has 2 parts. The first part is findings, basically session law, which goes away in a while anyways. It's a lot of why we do this, why it's more of a background. The teeth in this thing is really when you get down to the criteria for an adequate education. And that's where the teeth of this bill is there. And it's there as a result of some of the things we're trying to do in career technical education with outdoor recreation in our state as an industry. And they're teaching more outdoor recreation courses at the CTE centers now than they have in a while. So look, I've changed the Part 5 title to read relative to environmental science and outdoor recreation. One, because I think that the environmental science is something we're speaking to in the criteria for an adequate education. And outdoor recreation, I've already talked about. I took all the findings and stripped them all out. There's a lot of stuff there, which is nice. No, it leads up to the therefore we shall. It's all session law. It all disappears. So then what I'd like to just talk quickly about where I should go. Of course, it's just Rick Ladd. Under the criteria for an adequate education, and I've communicated this with the maker of this bill too, with the senator, and I have agreement on this part. That knowledge of biological, physical, and earth sciences, including crossing out climate and put earth sciences, including environmental science that investigates the complex interaction of physical, chemical, and biological processes that take place on the earth to enable them to understand and appreciate the world and the engineering, socioeconomic, and geopolitical challenges around them. What I've done here and working with Dave is try to blend in language we have in HB 242, dealing with the latter part there, and dealing with the biological, physical, and earth sciences, and how that impacts the engineering, socioeconomic, and geopolitical challenges we're facing in this world. And we're facing some very serious issues. Climate is going to generate a lot of controversy. There's a lot of issues on climate, and even though it's a part of science, it's also an issue which is debatable amongst people as how it's being used and how it's being interpreted. The second part, which I've modified, deals with another area that would be modified within our criteria for an adequate education. We already have sound wellness and environmental practices. And then, of course, the bill had including recreation to enable them. That's the way the bill was. And the next criteria are for an adequate education is skills for lifelong learning, including interpersonal and technical skills. I took out environmental education skills to enable them to learn, work, and communicate and participate effectively in a changing society and environment. And so those are the changes I'd like to, that I'd like to propose. It's now open to, the whole bill is open, part 5 is open for discussion. By the way, I emailed, that's been all emailed to you. Discussion.
Chairman Ladd, are these changes you discussed with Senator Waters?
I have not discussed with him the part of the findings. All those findings, I took them up by myself.
Okay.
You know,
Monday after the advisory council meeting, he said he had been trying to get in touch with you to talk over some of these.
I talked with him regarding the latter part, the criteria for an adequate education, must be 2 days ago.
Thank you.
Not the findings. Like I've said before, there's a lot of information there, yes, but it's nothing that's going to remain in statutory law. It's all session law. It's all going to be gone. It doesn't put anything into statute. It's just information.
Rick?
Lepus.
Oh, Representative Likas, I didn't see up in the corner here.
Yeah, I just had a question. In part 7, you took out environmental education skills. I'm wondering, I guess I would have put environmental skills just because it is important for lifelong learning, et cetera. I'm just wondering why you took it out, that's all.
Well, we have to have those interpersonal skills and technical skills which are associated with working, communicating, participating effectively in our changing society and environment. I'm looking at the skills that contribute to how we change and work within our environment. So environmental skills, Alicia, I'd ask you to define them, please. Environmental skills are going to be basically using many of the subjects which we teach. Could be in geology, it could be in geography, it could be in all the different types of biological sciences and physical sciences and chemical sciences.
So you think the technological skills would be sufficient to cover all of the environmental skills?
Well, interpersonal, working with each other, pardon me, and technical skills, yes, to enable them to learn, work, communicate, and participate effectively in our changing environment. I'm not talking about environmental skills. The environmental skills, I'm having a hard time defining that in isolation. You go look up environment and you're going to find all these subjects that we teach and we do. So I guess I'm looking for clarity too.
I guess I was just looking because you put it up above, including environmental science. And so to me, the skills that you learn from environmental science would be environmental skills. So I'm wondering why you took it back out when you put it in up above. It just seemed to come.
Environmental science is the science of environment, and it incorporates many, many subjects. It's not a science unto itself. It's almost a subtopic within these larger categories. It could be underneath geography. It could be underneath biology, chemistry, physics. Yes, Representative Cardelli.
No, thank you. I think in one place you're talking about knowledge, and the other place you're talking about skills.
Yeah.
I don't know what environmental skills, I don't know what that would be.
I would think gardening and tree trimming and all of those kinds of things would come under environmental skills.
Is Eric Crowell still here? Because we discussed this at the advisory council. Is Eric still from the department?
We can ask.
No.
No?
When I talked with Senator Waters, he said the most important part is that we make sure we got outdoor recreation, including outdoor recreation. That is a program which gives then direction to the career technical education to get into the industry or the business of outdoor recreation, which is a key industry to our state profession. And with that as a part of the criteria for an adequate education, it gives them the open door, the green light to pursue that type of programming in the career centers.
I think we have 3 hands, Representative Ladd, Mallard. Yeah, are you all set?
Well, we've sort of touched around it in the last minute. We live in an environment. It's a noun. What skills are associated with the word environment? I can't make them relate one to the other.
Maybe there's somebody else who's going to answer. Representative Ford, you have your hand up?
Well, that's it being in our groups is when they took off.
I think you're muted, Rep. Ford.
Not an MD.
You're still muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former student of geology, perhaps some terminology might get us through this current bind. I'm suggesting. I'm thinking, for instance, that titrating would be a skill in biology. Reading core ice samples would be a skill. But when you start talking about environmental skills, you're really talking about environmental activities or something like that, when you say gardening and things of that sort. And so you're displaying a conclusion that certain activities are better for the environment. They may or they may not be in some cases. There are agricultural examples that aren't particularly good for the environment in some people's opinion. So I think we're kind of hung up here on what categories these activities fall into rather than whether or not there's such a thing as an environmental skill. That's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. Further, Alicia, you have your hand up. And then
And Rep. Cornell, I don't know if your hand is up. No, okay.
we have 3 hands up. No, wait a minute.
Yeah, just following on what Rep. Ford was saying, in that there are ways of doing things, which, I mean, there are skills that you learn for ways of doing things to not harm the environment, that you learn how the things that you do affect your environment, how you handle even home pesticide use and whatever, how do you handle it? Those are skills. How do you do things to keep it from running off into the water? Those are all skills that we would hope people would learn so that they don't do things like kill off the bees and all that kind of stuff. And so I see these skills as still being important lifelong things, because what we do as we go on, as we interact with our environment, does have an effect on it. And I think we need to know how to do it in a sound and responsible manner.
Okay. If I can interrupt, Eric is back on the attendee list. If we could get him to come into the meeting to explain like the definitions that were being used for outdoor recreation and environment, and what they were looking at the CTE level for that.
Sure, we can ask him in.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Mr. Crower.
Are you there, Eric?
Yes, he is.
Good afternoon again.
Afternoon. Okay, we're going over the last part of SB 148. It's a part of the bill which deals with the relative to environmental and outdoor education.
Okay.
And what I've done is I've modified it in a possibility here relative to environmental science and outdoor recreation. And jumping down through all the findings, getting into the criteria for an adequate education, I think that's the most important part of this bill. I've written that knowledge of biological, physical, and earth sciences, including environmental science, that investigates the complex interaction of physical, chemical, and biological processes that take place on the earth, to enable them to understand, this is the kids, and appreciate the world and the engineering and socioeconomic and geopolitical challenges around them. Then there's a criteria for an adequate education, which is number 6, sound wellness and environmental practices. So we have environmental practices already in law, and I put in comma, including outdoor recreation, to enable them to enhance their own well-being as well as that of others. That's already in law with the exception of including outdoor recreation, which was put in the original bill to assist, give the centers the green light in terms of here is a criteria for an adequate education dealing with the outdoor recreation industry and moving folks forward with those skills and that knowledge. The 7th area that, so that part remained the same. Part 7 says skills for lifelong learning, including interpersonal. Now the bill had environmental education skills. I scratched out environmental education skills there and left it and technical skills, which is what we have to enable them to learn, work, communicate, and participate effectively in a changing society and environment. So those are the changes that I've offered. I think one of the key components is maintaining outdoor recreation, and then speaking to environmental science, which is spoken to in the Roman 3. And then having skills to work and live within a changing society and environment. So I'll let Representative Cornell, she asked for you to come in again on this. And Representative Cornell, you can ask Eric.
Well, I think there were a lot of questions about what environmental skills were and what it would be. And I think we had a lot of discussion on that Monday in the advisory council about the competencies for outdoor use and how things would be different depending on which CTE center would be doing it and how it could be embedded into different CTE areas. And I don't know about the crossing out of the environmental education skills. I thought that was something that we had talked about Monday that sounded important. I just wanted to get your feedback on some of this, Eric.
Sure, thanks. And parts of this are definitely in my world, and parts are, I think, belong to one of the other divisions at the DOE that oversees the STEM. And I know when Senator Waters drafts some of these things, it includes a number of us at the DOE. But the outdoor recreation definitely is part of our world. And it was something that at the CTE centers, we had already started talking about. But I think Representative Cornell, you hit it right on the head that we just discussed the fact that outdoor recreation and its impact on the environment are very different depending on where you are in the state. And the examples we used were if a school was in the North Country, for them, outdoor recreation might have a lot more to do with managing the forest areas and hiking and fishing whereas outdoor recreation in the lakes region might involve power sports. And the impact of those power sports on the environment would be very different than people hiking and fishing up in the North Country. But making sure that all of them included whatever these students, the programs were, how they impacted the environment. So I think it is very important to make sure that keeping the phrasing of impact on the environment or environmental education is relevant for all of the students across the state.
Thank you.
Further questions, Eric? Representative Mullen, you have your hand up? Yeah.
I do. It's more of a comment than a question, Mr. Chair. If you go back to the sections that you crossed out, I believe what Eric is referencing, Senator Waters started with Roman numeral 5. Therefore, it is in the public interest to provide environmental and outdoor recreation education for New Hampshire students, where it starts there. It goes into the next statement, which says, environmental literacy requires having an understanding of the natural world and the capacity to interpret environmental systems, which is what Eric is talking about. And then it goes on to define environmental literacy as achieved through environmental education and outdoor recreational education. Environmental education integrates hands-on project-based classroom community experiences. I'm sure many of you are reading it now. Outdoor recreation education includes instruction in outdoor recreational activities and preparation for participation in the outdoor recreation industry. That language to me does not look like feel-good language. That language to me sounds like essential language, because I think it puts the importance of recreation and knowledge of its impact on the environment front and center. So I would suggest that we might want to think about reinstating perhaps some of that language into whatever it is that we move forward with, because I think it does put parameters around what those definitions are. Would you agree, Eric? There's my question.
That was very loaded. Especially in New Hampshire, I think it is absolutely vital and important that students are exposed to the information around how whatever they're doing will be impacting the environment as moving forward in their careers, and making sure that whatever language you put in as required education for students includes that in some way, shape, or form.
Representative Hobson?
Yeah, I think I understand a little bit better what Rep. Mullen and Mr. Froworth were talking about, as far as that being the core knowledge content, and maybe that does need to be in a separate place. But as far as under Roman numeral 7, the environmental education skills, that to me seems misplaced. What this paragraph is talking about is lifelong skills. In other words, how do you communicate your message? It's more of the being able to communicate, being able to get your thought across. It's more of what word am I looking for? Obviously, I didn't pass that class. But the fundamentals, not necessarily the core knowledge. Does that make sense? Technological skills to participate effectively in a changing society. Those are all the day-to-day skills, whereas the core environment is the core knowledge. Am I making sense?
But the bill is titled Relevant to Environmental and Outdoor Recreation. So those skills are relevant to what the bill is.
But in that particular paragraph, you could take that paragraph out and put it into any content knowledge, and into any content area. Do you know what I'm saying? Those particular skills. So, anyway, that was just my thought.
Further questions, discussion? Representative Likas. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Alicia.
I know, I couldn't get the little arrow. It kept giving me a hand and not an arrow, so I couldn't unmute.
There you go, you got it.
So I like the environmental skills, but the environmental education skills, I don't know that makes sense. I would take the education word out of that, but leave environmental skills in. And the reason I keep pushing this is because I have seen too many times when people don't have those environmental skills, they don't understand how what they do affects the world, the environment, and everything. And that is a lifelong learning thing, is how to make sure you don't dump the, oh, I have a garden and I want to keep the bugs off, so I'm going to spray this stuff that's then going to wash down into my water source, or put too much on, or not cover myself, and then I'm going to be exposed to it myself and have problems. I think that there are skills that just normal people as adults need to not only know, but know how to keep up with, know how to, as technology, et cetera, changes. I think people need to know and know how to learn those things. So I think environmental skills are important for everybody who interacts with the environment, which is just about everybody in one way or another. So I just see that as following into this whole section. I would take the education word out, but environmental skills as something that it's a lifelong learning kind of thing, is how do these things that I'm doing affect my environment? I think it's important.
Alicia, I got a question for you. What is the difference between environmental skills and environmental practices, which is already in law?
Because this section, we're talking about lifelong learning. And so lifelong learning would be continuing environmental skills as we go along, as things change, as technologies change. So I think it's just, we've put environmental science in there. That's what we're going to be studying. Environmental, where was it? It shows up because it's in this whole section, environmental practices, sound environmental practices. This is good, but now we're going on to lifelong learning. So as part of our lifelong learning, we need to improve and continue learning about improving our environmental skills and learning what new things as we get new, whatever, technologies, pesticide, whatever it is that we're working with, as we learn new ways of the appropriate way of thinning forests, or what to cut and not to cut, or whatever. That's a lifelong learning thing. So I think there are 3 steps of that same piece. That's all.
Okay. Further questions, discussion? Looks like we're there. We got several more bills, folks. Okay, so with that, we'll leave this one, put some amendments together, and we'll move with those later. Okay, that takes us through this bill. 148. We have SB 135 and SB 19. Take 135.
Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah, on 135, I talked quite a bit during the hearing on two of the amendments that I'm going to offer next week. Amendment 1012, which returns the fiscal capacity disparity equitable grant to which we have in FY21, restores that for FY22 and 23. It's about a $49 million grant that goes to districts across the state based on their equalized property value per pupil, and distribute state money really to places where it's needed most, as opposed to this sort of flat 50-cent tax reduction to everybody, whether or not your tax rate's $40 per thousand or $4 per thousand. So it puts the money where it makes the most difference. The other amendment that I'm going to offer is 1020H, that does the same thing. It's an equitable grant. It's about an $11 million thing, and it's based on free and reduced price lunch. It's also something we did in a very strong bipartisan way for FY21 last session, and extends that to FY22 and FY23. Both amendments are written so that, if one passes and the other doesn't pass, then the sunset provision that's in current law applies. If they both pass, then the sunsets are extended to the end of 6/30/2023. So they're pushed out a year. I am going to amend or make new versions of these amendments because we've had some additional information from the U.S. Department of Education with respect to the extension of the free and reduced price lunch waivers. So we're going to have to rely on FY20 free and reduced price lunch headcounts, the ADMA, for both the adequacy calculation as well as the equitable grant calculation going into FY22 and FY23. So we'll be amending those two, changing those two amendments to reflect that.
Hey, Dave, can you hear? Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did the feds now are saying, based on the 2020, I thought we in HB2 or sent over an amendment where we went to FY18-19, 18-19, where we'd have the option of taking the greater of FY19, I think it was 19, or the current.
So it's not FY19. You're talking about the fall of so the October 2019 enrollment is the FY20 enrollment collected during the fall of 2019.
I think either we went. There was another amendment which I brought from Caitlin.
Yeah, so that's the third grade reading amendment.
That's Title I, yes.
Yeah, yes, and I'm absolutely in support of that one too. And that one would also need to apply to it would also need to be changed so that it uses it's already good at using the 2018 spring of 20. Sorry, I'm saying it the wrong way. The spring of 2019 numbers for the third grade reading performance, but it also the way the amendment's written is it's a replace the entire bill with the new thing, so it also needs to reflect the free and reduced price lunch for FY22 and FY23 based on the FY20 data. I'm gonna take on all three of these amendments. I know the one for third grade reading has your name on it, but I'm happy to.
That one, the day we discussed it here in committee, that was weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was the week prior to the Finance Division 2 taking action, or no, not fine. They were taking action. And it was next week that Finance acted upon HB2. I believe they incorporated that amendment. Karen called me up, Representative Umberger, and asked for a copy of it. That evening at 5 o'clock, I was downstairs in the LBA, and that was emailed to her, and I believe they acted upon that in their discussions the following week.
I don't think they did, Rick, because we fought that on the floor to get these amendments in.
I'll have to check that, because I thought, I was under the understanding that that placed in because,
So nothing in Senate Bill 135 or the three amendments that you and I have talked about made their way into HB2.
It wasn't in, I think they made their own amendment. They took the language and put it in another amendment.
Yeah, but that policy didn't make its way into HB2. But let's double check that.
Yeah, we need to do that.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, these three amendments have a price tag of about $60 million a year. So $120 million for the biennium. They deploy state funds where they're needed most, both to districts with high incidences of poverty and to districts with lower property valuation per pupil, and basically uses the money which would instead be done on a sort of flat basis. Everybody gets the same thing, and to pay for it. So the anyway, the amendments are going to have to obviously be updated based on what we just talked about from what we saw a few weeks ago, and I think we had discussion earlier this at the beginning of the session on Rick, on your bill, House Bill 608, which I think had a lot of good intentions to it. Obviously, a lot more spreadsheet work and modeling needs to be done, but these three amendments certainly push things in the direction of that I think House Bill 608 would take it, and you'd see Berlin seeing potential tax rate reduction of over $3.50. That's a 9% tax reduction there. Charlestown would see almost a $3 tax reduction at 7.5%. Claremont 10% reduction, and Derry would even see $1 reduction on its tax rate. So so it really, and Derry just joined the Conval suit. I think I just heard that last night.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So I know it's been a long day today, so I don't want to debate all these things over again. We've got next week where we'll bring them up again, but I'm certainly happy to take any questions.
Dave, when you come next week, can we receive beforehand? Do you have a calculator there which would show the information relative to all the towns within the state?
Yeah, I've got what I sent to the full committee a few weeks ago were with those two amendments, as well as a town by town spreadsheet. I will send those again with the updated amendments. The numbers won't change, just the it's just the use of the pre-introduced price lunch ADMA count for both years, and but I'll also include the I've updated the spreadsheet to also show the potential tax rate impact based on the DR. That's why I had the DRA spreadsheet open this morning, and I'll make sure everybody in the committee gets that by Tuesday next week. If I can, I'll get this over to Mary Ellen tomorrow, these should be straightforward changes and
Dave?
have it. Yeah.
When you do those calculations, can you put average, the average actual taxes that people pay? Because tax rate, when you have different tax valuation, property valuation, you know, you're going to have, if you have a low property valuation, you need a much higher rate to pay the same amount. And so what we really want to compare is what people are actually paying, because like our tax values down here are ridiculously high. That doesn't mean that the people who live here have suddenly started making lots more money or have lots more money to pay. It just means that right at the moment, our properties are valued really high. Hasn't changed our properties even. It's the same property it was, you know, 5 years ago. It's just suddenly worth more.
Yeah.
So then our tax rate is less to make the same amount. But so the question is, how much are people actually paying? That's what we want to see.
Well, it depends on how you know, valuable your property is, but
I mean,
the way and you know, and your constituent Sean Jasper explained this to me a bunch of years ago, and the way you compare rates across or between municipalities is by looking at the equalized rate. Because that factors in the local differences in valuation or in assessment. And so, yeah, so that's the rates that I use for comparison purposes are equalized rates.
But for me, if you can, in addition to that, add in the average amount of taxes paid, that will help me see better, because my 200-year-old farmhouse, we were just looking, is worth vast quantities of money at the moment. It's still a 200-year-old farmhouse. It's just because it happens to exist in Hudson, which happens to be where people want to move at the moment. Doesn't change our income, doesn't change our house. And so that's all I'm saying is.
So where do you want me to get that data?
Well, if you take the average tax rate times the average property value, that should give you the average amount paid, right?
How do I get the average property value?
Well, that's one of the things that you had here was.
No, that's total property valuation.
Oh, so you don't know what the average is. You just know the total.
Yeah, so this data actually can be mined. I mean, I do have access to the data through the Mosaic. Rick, remember we talked about this on the School Funding Commission, the Mosaic data has every piece of taxable property in the state of New Hampshire, current valuation, doesn't have tax rate data, but you can use that spreadsheet's got 700,000 records on it, and you can use the DRA spreadsheet with the tax rates, and you can actually that could be calculated. So what I can do, Alicia, is probably for each town, I can probably calculate like the number, you know, the tax impact of, let's say, homes valued less than $300,000, between $300,000 and $500,000, $500,000 to $1 million, and $1 million and up, or something like that. You know, I'll see if I can do it without my computer crashing.
Don't do vast quantities of time and whatever, but that helps me see it better when I look at it to say, oh, these guys are paying $5,000 a year and these guys are paying $2,000 a year. That to me makes it's much more easy for me to understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me see what I can do on that. There's but I think what you're suggesting though is a good way where we've got access to these new, you know, these new tools and this data that the DRA has started collecting, and we can actually use that as when you know, to help us analyze policy like this. What does it do? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Representative Bohm, you have a question?
Yes, just to follow up on Representative Lakis's. One way to do it is look up each town and you'll see the average value of a house in the towns. And for example, in southern New Hampshire, Hudson and Litchfield, for example, A $300,000 house there is a $150,000 house up in Berlin. So if the tax rate in Berlin is twice what Litchfield is, they're paying the same amount of taxes. And that's what Alicia's trying to get to. So
I get that, Ralph.
let's look at the equalized valuation, but that doesn't mean anything. The property values mean something. And if you look at each individual town, they tell you what the average property is in that town. And up north is half of what it is in the south.
So is the income.
That doesn't matter.
The resources.
That doesn't matter.
Dave, the LBA put out a sheet, which I have right here. You may have, it's dated 4/27/21. It's estimated total education aid, the House passed budget preliminary estimates for discussion purposes only. But it was put out by the LBA. Do you have anything that's been put out by the LBA by what you're presenting? This goes down basically by every municipality, showing what they're getting for FY22 and FY23 compared to the current year.
Compared to FY21?
Well, for example, FY22 is compared to the current law. And then FY23 as passed by House is compared to the current law. And
what does it show? I'm not looking at what you're looking at right now. What does it show for FY22 compared to FY21 current law?
It shows for FY22 $939,374,511. And for the current law, it's $922,666,547. It shows an increase of $16,707,964.
And that's HB2?
That's HB2.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
I got a
I'll get it off. I'll get it off the LBA website.
Yeah, I also have it on my computer. I can send it to you.
Okay.
Okay, so we know we're going to have some amendments coming at us on SB 135. Is there any further discussion on 135 at this time? Yes, Representative Muff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On these amendments, oftentimes during this past 5 months, we've got some amendments like 1 minute to 9 o'clock or that type of thing. So whether they come from whoever, you or Representative Luna or whoever, and I know they're busy at OLS, but if we could get these like before 1 minute to 9, that would be really good. That's just my.
Well, that was the purpose of having a work session today. So we could, just have a discussion on all these bills and then, put some amendments out, get it going so we can get those in the hands of folks prior to, walking in and find them. That makes it difficult for everybody. So let's hopefully try and get them out as soon as folks can. All righty. So is there no more discussion on SB 135? And that leaves the only remaining, we did 44, 147, 148. And now we have just the one bill left.
A hand raised by Mark Mangiello. He was from.
Okay, we have Mark right there. Let's hear from Mark.
Okay. Thank you for putting your hand up, Mr. Mangiello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Sorry to drag on your meeting. I know you've had a long day, but just want to clarify something that was discussed in the beginning. Representative Luno is correct that there was efforts to get Senate Bill 135 in the budget, and that was unsuccessful. It was not put in the House budget at that time. But just want to clarify what Representative Ladd was saying was the third grade reading looking back to 2019 was put in House Bill 2. So the third grade reading fix was put in House Bill 2. That is in the House budget. So I just wanted to jump in and clarify that.
That's what I was trying to say, that amendment was put in. not under that amendment number, I don't believe. May have been a different, amendment.
Correct.
No, but that's also it has a small sticker price, on it compared to the other ADMA adjustments. So.
Okay, Mark, I have a question for you. I'm glad you're here. We received this estimated total education aid sheet put out by LBA, basically April 27, 21. And it shows FY22, FY23, what the current law is, what the House passed, increases, decreases. Have you seen in your department, or do you have a spreadsheet that shows the individual communities and shows the adequacy formula right across and how all this was calculated?
So comparing current law, yeah, I think I produced that document. Or I have a document, a similar, not the LBA's document, but a DOE document. I can look to see what I have. But when you look at current law, which was that 922 million number, and then you have the governor's, the governor's formula, which is essentially House Bill 2, was adopted. It's a $16 million increase over current law.
Yep.
I can produce that document.
Okay, see, I've asked, I got this quick look sheet, but I was looking for the, a more thorough spreadsheet which showed the, is that possible if you have it to email a copy of that to members on the committee?
Yep, I think I have what you're looking for. I don't know if I exactly have it, but I have something. It might be what you're looking for.
Yeah, and clarification on that too, Mark. Current law is $90 million less than FY21. Approximately.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately. Current law, 90 million less than FY21. So this is money that that a lot of districts are going to have to make up for with local property taxes if in fact they spend.
Is that including, Dave, the one-time money?
Yes.
And how much does that total up to? About what? 60?
About half of it. Yeah, it's about $59 million, something like that.
I rounded it off to 60.
Yeah.
So the difference between the two is you're talking $30 million.
Yeah, that's the ADMA, the pandemic related costs.
Okay.
And how much money are we getting in, are the towns getting in for the pandemic, like from the federal government or wherever, towards that 30,000?
Only the city. I think we've only seen that report for cities. I don't think we've seen it for school districts or towns yet, but I think, or it's just come out. Mark, do you have?
I have a document that we presented to House Finance. It doesn't include all the allocations. I think in total, we're talking about $600 million in federal money coming in. We haven't done all of the disbursements and allocations, but I can provide a document on that as well.
That'd be nice. Okay, any other questions for Mark from DOE? Works with Caitlin? No. Thanks, Mark, for showing up.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay, so 135, we will discuss that one too. We have one other bill, Senate Bill 19, which is the Signum bill. I don't think we need a long work session on that right now. The House bill is enrolled at this point in time. So there's basically, I don't think we need to work on that at all. No. In other words, it's going to happen. It's just now. What? Governor's got to sign it. Yeah, we're just probably most likely ITL the Signum bill. Yeah. All righty. Any other points? Oh, also, while we have people here, we have two committee of conference requests. And I'll give you the bill numbers. Got so much paperwork on this desk. I always spread out too much. Here they are. Nearest ones to me. HB 320 requires a civics competency assessment as high school graduation requirement. So that has come back to us with an amended change. The amendment is simply to change the effective date to July 1, 2023. Everything else in it remained the same. It's the effective date, July 1, 2023. What I have to do is I have to get a poll. Actually, the chairman of the committee can make a decision, but I've always worked with committee members and try to get a reasonable understanding where committee is on it, and then to make a decision whether we're going to concur, non-concur, or non-concur and request a committee of conference. And then we appoint members to that committee of conference. So that's the first one. It was 320. The second bill is HB 432, relative to the offenses that prevent employment in a school. And there were some significant changes to this bill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this and send it out to you and read it over. Then I will be polling people to find out, where we stand on these two bills. I want to get these committee of conference going because we're going to have more bills coming in from the Senate. And we're going to have to get all this business taken care of here. So look for these two bills that I'll be sending you, 320 and 432.
Rick, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
432, I was actually present during that Senate hearing and exec session.
Yeah.
So I know about the changes to that bill. What's our timeline on this? Like when do you see us making decisions on this? Will we discuss this before decisions are made?
The way we've always done committee conferences before, we usually are in the hall, you pull people down to one section or area of it, you explain it, and a decision's made right there. We've also done it the other way where we've discussed them in committee. Most likely in this one, I will poll everybody or try to get together with everybody at a time and we can explain them. And then a recommendation can come forward to me, and then I make a recommendation to the speaker. If we decide to concur, it's done. It goes on to the governor. If we non-concur, then concur. If we concur, it goes to the House floor for a vote. And if you've been in the House before, you know that there's a whole litany of these bills, a myriad of bills, and we just go down quickly and do the voice votes usually. Sometimes it's a roll call vote. Non-concur is the same issue. It goes before the House. Non-concur and request committee of conference. When you do that, then we have the committee of conference, and then that comes back to the full House with that recommendation. Or it can be killed. In other words, we don't agree with the Senate, or the Senate doesn't agree with us. I've been in a number of those. I was in one committee of conference dealing with one of the issues years ago, and we went through 30 amendments in the committee of conference and ended up killing the bill. Nobody could agree. So it's a process which can be very interesting, but time taking. We have to have this done. Committee of conference period starts, generally speaking, a couple weeks before the last session, because you got to act on this stuff. And the committee conferences all have to be scheduled during that time. They block out all the rooms in the LOB for committee of conferences, and nothing else goes on. So.
All right, well, I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has them about 432. As I said, I was there, so if anybody reads it and looks through it and says, how are these two things related or whatever, I mean, I'm happy to answer those questions.
Okay. Generally speaking, when a committee of conference is developed, the chair will appoint members to it. There's one member that will be appointed from the minority Democratic Party, usually, and most importantly, the chair will look for somebody that voted positively for the bill. I've seen where members of the committee of conference have been kicked off, of the committee of conference. Not literally, but yeah.
I'm like, uh-oh, you better warn me about that, Rick, because I could be one of those people.
I can remember when the Republicans were in the minority and we had some folks that would not agree to the finance report and they were kicked off. And, and so it happens both ways. So we won't literally do that.
All right, and I promise I'll keep my sense of humor in check.
Good. That Manchester humor.
Right.
Okay, so I think that takes us through everything for today.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
We're gonna have to wake Ralph up over there. He's already out the door. So thank you very much, and we'll call it quits today. And if you get some amending language, please get it to everybody as soon as you can.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah.